main cleric and main wizard live with her in her lair.
Yeah.
And so they're still around, but her other outlying armies have been defeated, and you think you've killed pretty much all the other major sources of power outside of her lair.
They did.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Tombs of Scoria. We are nearing the very end of our campaign here. Our players, our heroes, are just about to set out on the final march from the capital, Wicthron-Rorenta, up through the no-man land of the Voden Plain, into Scoria's kingdom, to her forest, and eventually her mountain. We all ready?
Yeah, we're ready. Let's kill it. Let's do it.
I am ready.
2.5 years in the making. Let's fucking kill this dragon.
All right. So, as the armies are gathering, as all the troops are pulling in from Solwick and from Bergshire and from Grumpburn, an estimated force of 20,000 soldiers will be gathered here, plus horses, plus carts, wagons, weapons, tools, armor, etc., etc. All being gathered for the final push. There are just a few questions left to be asked. We kind of touched on this before the show started. Questions like, do you take Shine with you? Do you leave any magical arrows for Wicthron-Rorenta to defend itself? What will you do if the capital comes under attack while you're with your army on the march? The queen announces that she will lead the army herself, saying that there's no safer place than at the front of the army next to the brothers McGarry.
So the queen can have an accident.
True.
It's the safest place in the world. What sort of accident could possibly befall her?
Okay, so
True.
question is, number one, the only types of bows that can hit Scoria are magical bows, correct? Or is it magical arrows? What was the specificity on that?
Arrows, I believe.
So a magical arrow from a non-magical bow will do it, or no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, how many magical arrows did we have?
5,000 plus 1 arrows?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we should have like 1,000 archers with 5 arrows each. 5
Okay,
magical
wait, no,
arrows.
but because I need some of those. So let's call.
Okay, then have 950 archers with 5 magical arrows each.
Could we leave any archers, maybe like 100, with arrows in Wicthron-Rorenta if it gets attacked?
Would she really suicide gambit like that?
I think she might. Anything to draw us away. It's like when the fucking Marine Marauder push is coming to your base and you've been going Ling Muta. you go for the fucking base, right? You don't fight the Marine Marauder.
Yeah, but that's different because this Terran player sees themselves as like the rightful inhabitant of a land for like millennia. I don't know if they would just throw. Yeah, here, actually, I'm sorry. Forget all of that. You have teleport. If she does that, we just teleport right to her lair and we clear the whole thing without her in it. Boom.
Well, we can't teleport to the lair safely because we
Can't-
don't have a spot to teleport to. We'd have to make a save or die
wait, hold on.
basically on the teleport roll.
We can't teleport outside of Crownhold?
No, we can. I'm saying that, but if
can,
you want
yeah.
to teleport
Okay,
directly
if we
to outside
if
the
she
lair-
flies all the way fucking south to Wicthron-Rorenta, then we just teleport outside of Crownhold and we go west to the thing. She can't get back in time, right?
Question then: what if she fakes it? We teleport to Crownhold, and then she teleports back to Bridgelight, and like let's say our armies are over here. Does the army just get burned, or do they have?
She
the
should
arrows,
never.
so
Our
hopefully
army
they can
should
kill
be.
her?
Our army should be safe. If you've got 4,000 archers shooting at her, just the amount of 20s will instant kill her.
Yeah,
Right.
I think that's fair.
So the army, we're not
hang on,
worried
hang
about.
on.
Whoa.
That's not right because the army has been fucked up on its own by Scoria before.
They didn't
That's
have
the
They
only
didn't have
reason
the
war's
+1
still
arrows.
going
the
on.
+1 arrows. I'm guessing.
So what about this? What if we have the Scoria thing or the old green dragon thing where they pick up a rock and they just dive bomb the army over and over and over from like the craziest heights?
That's not going to kill an army.
Probably not. Yeah.
It won't kill an army, but
I guess
if
at that
you
point we
clump
take
your
the
army.
capital.
Yeah, but if you clump your army in order so they can reinforce each other with their +1 arrows on their bows, they will be clumped together enough that those rocks can do significant damage.
She can't stop us like that. That gives us enough time to respond to it. I don't think that dropping rocks is going to stop our army.
Well, and also, where's she
Yes,
going to get
it
the
slows up
rocks
the breath
from?
weapon.
Right? If we're marching
We're
through
in the
like,
plains. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, we're marching through the plain. It's like
She needs the breath weapon if she's going to fuck the army up.
So the question
It's
is,
the other
do
way.
we leave any arrows back at the capital?
no, I don't think there's any point, right?
So are we willing to lose the capital?
I mean, I guess we asked the queen.
Sure, we'll ask her.
Of the assembled warriors, generals, queens, informants, guidance, counselors, and whatnot, the consensus, the idea that they've wargamed out on their own is to leave just a handful of highly skilled marksmen back at the capital with a small handful of arrows. This mixed in with regular archers who have non-magical arrows that Scoria won't necessarily notice the difference in between before they start striking her, will hopefully give whatever defenders are left behind in the capital just enough firepower to maybe make Scoria think twice, maybe do enough damage to drive her back. If Arc Somber stays behind, if Shine stays behind, then a couple of good archers who don't need a 20 to hit her, but maybe like need a 15 to hit her, could help keep her at bay from obliterating the capital.
We have 50 plus 2 longbows as well. Should we hand those out to, I guess, some of the really good archers either at home or in our new cohort of army?
Yeah.
Is there
I've got
any
one of them.
distribution we want to do? We have 49 then. What longbows do the amazing archers who are staying at home have, and how many are there?
Yeah, there is a group of maybe like 20 7th level archers who are masters at it. So they got +6 from level, +2 from mastery, +2 from dex. Then if they get +2 from the bows and +1 from the arrows, and then maybe a +2 to +4 from hiding within a castle and shooting at her, along with a bunch of arrows, so she can't really necessarily, successfully avoid them all that easily. That should give them a pretty good shot. So 20 7th level archers
Okay.
with
We hand out-
maybe 10 arrows each.
20 plus 2 bows. Do we need to give them our arrows as well, or can the kingdom provide the arrows?
All the +1 arrows are ones that you have donated to the kingdom for the cause, I believe.
Yeah, so we give them 400 arrows, right? They got 20 each.
Okay.
And we've got
We give them 20 bows as well,
9,000.
I guess.
4,600 left.
And we
Yeah,
have
20
29
bows as
longbows
well.
left. Okay, we distribute the 29 among the warriors over here. Whoever's the highest gets them. And then we hand out arrows.
Okay.
Keep in mind, we are probably going to want these bows back eventually.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I keep for myself like 100 arrows.
Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna go through 100 arrows, so that should be more than enough. Yeah, that's fine.
We're
Yeah.
distributing everything then. So should we just get this on the record that we have 20 or 34 extra +2 spears to hand out? I don't know if this will help us mechanically in any mass combat die rolls. 31 plus 2 arming swords as well.
Mm-hmm.
What is this?
Those can
Wait,
be
real
handed
quick.
out
What is
to-
our army even expected to fight right now?
The monsters in the
Yeah.
Okay, so
Wormwood.
we're running the whole fucking army through the Wormwood and up into the fucking lair.
Yeah.
Based.
Cool, but if you can just check or I can read it off to you if you want me just to read you the things that we're going to hand out and expect back.
Yeah, I'm making notes here. So you
31 arming
handed
swords
out-
plus 2. 34
31
spears
arming
plus 2.
Was
19
it
watchful.
34 spears?
Yes, 34.
Okay. What was the next one?
It's going to be 19 watchful ward masks. 50 chainmail plus 2. 20 plus 2 shields.
20 plus 2 shields?
Yep. I can do the plus ones if it's gonna help.
Yeah. Depending on what you're fighting, where and when, it's going to be. You're going to want to hand these out to your best
Yeah.
warriors, right? Why would you hold back pyro at this point? This is it. This is the end game.
1 chainmail plus 1. It's gonna be a lance plus 1. 2 plus 1 spears. 2 plus 1 axe. 1 plus 1 arming sword. 2 gloves of war. Are you guys cool handing out the rings of protection plus 2 to like the strongest people? There's 7 of them.
I'm comfortable handing out anything for this. Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
we
this
hand
is
out
everything,
7
right? So we might as well, give it all out.
We hand out
Yeah.
7 rings of protection plus 2.
The McGarry vaults are opened to the kingdom.
Yeah,
for
1
now.
ring of protection plus 1. 4 rings of free action. Tell me if I'm going too fast.
4 rings of free action.
1 plus 1 staff. Nick, do you want to hand out some of your robes or staves to the wizards?
I think the good robes I already. Shine's got Georg's robes, and I wear the other good set.
And I
There
give the
is some
robes
other-
of might to.
Yeah, But we should give them to the Wayfarers.
I was about to say to Jack.
Wait, how many of those
Yeah.
guys are still alive?
Well, all of them apart from the cleric, I think,
Are
right?
they? Okay.
3 are alive.
Losers.
Oh, there's more than 3 of them, isn't there?
There were 4 to begin with.
There's 4, yeah.
Oh, was there only 4? Okay.
There's a plate mail. We give the queen the mithril plate, I guess, if she wants it.
It won't fit her, sadly.
Okay. We'll hand the queen.
Wait,
we'll hand
what?
the mithril.
+3? I think it would. Doesn't magical gear refit you
It's not.
automatically?
The mithril plate's not +3.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, it's just ordinary plate.
Loser.
What was the plate mail that you handed out?
Just plate mail.
Okay, just standard plate.
Doesn't matter really.
Are we gonna be? Oh shit. We should equip. Are we gonna be multiplaying when we go into the lair or whatever?
Well, yeah, I need to know that because then I'm gonna start equipping Jack with some. Sick
Yeah,
shit.
and I would start equipping Vosh. Koi, but thematically, what is the most appropriate? What do you think?
What do you mean?
Because I'm thinking each of us would probably take an extra party member in if we're allowed to play 2 characters. Like I would take in Vash, and I would probably arm him to the teeth. Moon would
Oh,
prob-
yeah. I think when we get to the Dragon Lair, we can worry about who you have and how you're going to go in, and you can redistribute gear at this point. We're not going to...
Okay, that's good.
We don't... Yeah, why don't we just save all of that planning there, and we'll say you do that planning now, but then we'll actually plan it out right before it happens.
1 more bow +1.
So, +1. Okay.
To help with moving of like just sheer stuff. 4 rings of telekinesis plus 25 pounds.
Yeah,
Oh, someone
I guess
swapped
so.
the party sheet.
4 rings of telekinesis, 25 pounds.
Yep.
All right.
I think that's it.
It's everything obvious, isn't it? I mean,
It's everything
the robe
obvious,
of,
yeah.
the robe of scintillating colours we could give to someone if they're smart and wise enough, but I mean, it might actually be useful in a mass combat situation.
Can Shine wear a phylactery? If it's magical?
Of long
You're
health or
talking
whatever.
about the phylactery. Yeah,
Can I give Shine the phylactery of long ears?
I suppose. Sure.
I don't
We're
think.
just gonna have to serve us for longer.
True.
That's
Yeah,
true.
Amanda. Does she want it?
She doesn't have, and I'm trying to see if she already has a necklace item, and she does not. Well, she had an amulet of recall, but she's not wearing it.
It's been destroyed.
It's been
Oh,
destroyed.
right, it's been destroyed. Excellent. So yeah, she can go ahead and take a phylactery of long years.
There you go. We want an old ass dragon.
I mean, she's gonna outlive you all anyway. So.
She's gonna serve the kingdom for many years, Koivu.
Mm-hmm.
Family.
That's what it's all about, baby.
Okay. What about Shine? Are you bringing her with you, or are you going to leave her to defend the keep? Is she offensive or defensive?
I wonder if we leave. Well, hang on. What if we leave Shine in Wickthorn Rental until we get to the mountain?
No, I think we'd have to bring her with us because she can't come with us unaccompanied unless we teleport back to get her. Because if she flies on her own, Scoria could fuck her up, right?
Guess. You know, she was okay on her own. She defended the country while we were gone.
Well, on her own is different than alone. She was probably at the capital fighting alongside armies and everything at that time, right? Because one-on-one, she just loses to Scoria. We know that, right?
No, absolutely. But I'm saying that if we leave Shine in the castle, that defends the city. The city's defended then. So that is an option for that. I appreciate that we might want her with us. But I do think letting her defend the city until the last minute might be a good idea. But it might
Arc
also not be.
Somber is staying behind along with some
Yeah.
officers and some men to oversee the defense of the city. Shine could join them, which should, in theory, ensure the capital's defense, or you could bring her with you if you think that you might want to chase down Scoria at some point.
We might need to chase it down, mightn't we?
Maybe. Question. I have repeat action. Scoria has a ring of spell storing. Can I break her ring of spell storing if it
No,
just keeps
spell
repeating
turning.
action? Spell turning, yeah.
Why
What's
would
gonna
they
happen
break?
what's gonna happen if I cast a repeat action at her and then it turns back to me and I repeat my action of just repeating action?
Base.
Like, will the spell storing ring stop working? Is it once per combat?
No, it's not once per combat. It will go off every time someone's targeted with a spell.
So I would just sit there probably forever casting repeat action then.
Causes victim to repeat the action of the previous round.
Or would I repeat the previous round's action?
But you can't. If you cast repeat action and it's turned against you, you won't be able to cast it again because you don't have that spell memorized.
Oh, you have to cast the spell like you have to have the
Right. So if you have
memorized?
if you have an arrow, one arrow, and you shoot it and you get hit with repeat action, you
I
can't
guess
fire
the
a second
arrow's
arrow.
not there.
Yeah. So you don't have another spell slot to fire.
That makes
But there
sense.
there are rulings in Rings of Spell Turning for exactly that sort of thing. Like what happens if you set up a resonance where things just get bounced back and forth, and there are sometimes dire consequences depending on the die rolls.
Thank you.
Based.
Oh, you.
So, Shine staying behind or going out?
Wait, so if
Tyrell's
Shine
decision.
stays behind, we can teleport back and get her, right? I just want to make sure we're prepared to do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We could teleport back and get her.
Then that is A-OK, okie dokie. Because our army should be safe because we got lots of bows and lots of arrows, right?
Do you guys want to import on my spell list, or are you trusting
No,
me? Because
you are
I think
the
we're gonna
wizard.
be like-
You'll know
we're
what
gonna
to
be
do
like-
with it.
We're gonna be like buff monsters, right, Nick?
Yeah, I've got 2 haste, 3 fly, 3 stone skin, 2 glitter dust to break our invis, maybe.
Good.
Based.
Large, 2 teleport.
Yeah, you're chilling, dude.
Yeah, but I've only got because last time, if I'd had another haste, we might have been able to chase it down. So,
Well, take
Yeah.
3
Yeah.
then.
Take 3. Fuck it.
Take 3.
well, I need fly spells though for all of us,
Sure.
maybe.
Nerd.
So I can't afford 3. But okay.
That's good.
But I haven't got loads of combat spells, so in if we end up in a mass battle, I'm not going to be lightning bolting and stuff.
Fine, because you got the staff.
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing that they want, and they want this specifically from you, Imric, is the path that everyone intends to march upon. I'm going to put it down on as a purple. mark.
They want me to decide the path.
Yep.
No. The path is already sort of set because that's like a logistical problem of marching hundreds, thousands of men. But the path will lead across a couple of rivers, and there is concern that some of those bridges might be out, particularly the bridge near Evermond, High Meadow, and then across the Dead River. Those are like the three major water crossings. We've already talked about Bridgegate and what we're going to have to do there with Fabricate. That's a known issue, but we're going to need a bunch of Fabricates to cross the river at Evermond if that bridge ends up being out, and a few for High Meadow, and a few for the Dead River.
I need to know. So, okay, but I need to know like the morning. I need to know what days we're going to be crossing the rivers, because I can't just hold a bunch of Fabricates in my spell list. But if it's like, okay, today's the day we cross the river, it's this wide, you're going to need X Fabricates. I will get them ready for those days. Do you know what I mean? But like,
yeah, you should be making 15 miles a day with this army, pretty reliably.
So
maybe,
I think
maybe
that
a little bit less in the hills.
the days that we need to cross the river, I say like I will be ready for them on those days, and I'll take Fabricates, and I'll have less teleports and stuff on those days. But for every other day, I've got a spell list that I'm looking at now, and I'll only change it. So I've got no Fabricates in my spell list, but on the days that I need to cross the river, I will learn them.
Okay, we will cross those bridges as we come to them then.
Metaphorically and literally.
Yeah.
Oh, you.
What?
The Bane meme. You wouldn't get it.
Wouldn't get it.
All right.
Oh, wait. Can we talk about my persistence and my contingency, Neil?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, I want my contingency to still be Fire Shield on a command word, and I want my persistence to be being able to cast haste without casting it. Right. Basically, I want to be able to just like. So
You want to be able to turn haste on yourself at will.
No. There's two ways you can use persistence. You can have it so that you've got a spell that's on you that you can turn on and off at will. Or you can have a spell that you can cast at a moment's notice, without basically taking a round to do it. So I'd like to do that with the haste. I want to have it ready. What I want to be able to do is haste us and we go on Scoria, like, in an instant. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I can post it. I post it in the chat here. So you're looking at number B, like it's like in two parts. It's like A and then there's B. So like held spells that have an instantaneous effect, such as most attack spells and some movement spells like teleport or dimension door, can be rendered persistent. The held spell may be activated or discharged at any time during the duration of the persistence. So that's a week. Sorry, no, it's 15 days. But its magic is then exhausted as if it had been cast normally.
But doesn't that first sentence say instantaneous effects, like attack spells and teleport and dimension door? Doesn't that preclude haste?
Oh, I don't know. Well, no, haste is an instantaneous effect, isn't it?
No, but haste has a long duration, right? Haste lasts for many, many rounds, and they're saying these are spells that don't have ongoing effects. These are instant effects, right? All the spells that they list are you cast it and the effect is over right away. Dimension door, you just teleport. Teleport, you teleport. Lightning bolt, you just rip open some lightning and hit something.
He's been using fly as persistence as well.
Yeah, but I've been using it under the other.
Right, that's under type A.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, if that's what you want to do, Neil, then let me think about what I want with persistence. But okay.
Okay.
I think that's
What did you want for contingency?
I want fire shield, but I want it on a command word. So it's like a command word that I say, go gadget fire shield. I think is what I had as the command word last week or last time we played. But I want to be able to put fire shield up without taking a round to do it. So like if Scoria is coming at me, breath weaponing me, I can put that up without using my action to do so.
Go fire shield.
Go gadget fire shield.
Go gadget fire shield. I wonder how many people don't even understand what you're saying anymore.
I know. Sad, isn't it? We should feed them to the dragon.
I think so. Okay. Persistence. No, contingency's ready. You're gonna think about persistence.
Okay, I think I keep persistence on fly then, like I had it before. Yeah.
Okay.
So like on option A where I can turn it on and off.
Right.
Yeah.
Excellent. Shine is staying behind and you will get her as needed.
No, wait, is that right, Cyril? What do you want to do? Is Shine coming with us?
No, I thought we
We
already
did,
said Shine is
Hubert.
going to stay at the
Okay.
capital, and then when we get
Yeah.
there, we're going to teleport back. We're going to pick up
Okay.
Shine, and then we're going
And
to.
then we'll fly with her. Okay, that's good. Yeah.
Excellent. The queen will ride her horse with her armor and and with her armor and all of her gear and everything that she needs, and her soldiers and her generals and her men. The queen's men. That is the three of you. That you are they. As the last day of preparation has passed us, and we are just about getting ready to bed down for the night before the next day, before the final march out of the capital, the queen will pull you aside, Imric, for a brief short conversation with you. This is the late hours of the afternoon, the wee hours of the evening. Everything is more or less done. Dinner is being prepared. Everyone's gone to wash up for what they need to do. And the queen sort of grabs you and pulls you aside a little bit and says to you, Imric, my nephew, Arch-Wizard of Mystria.
Soon.
I've one specific request for you.
Of course.
I have heard you have used some sort of spectral steed, some sort of undead skeletal
Wow.
mount.
It's not quite undead. It's conjured in nature. But unfortunately, the wizard that created the spell had a flair for the dramatic.
You and I may understand the difference between these things, but the ordinary people of Wicthron Renta, of Mystria, of Drekis, may not see the nuance of difference or appreciate it. It's not a good look for the Empress of Arcadia and the Queen of Drekis to be riding alongside perceived undead mounts or aids, or to be in the league with the undead in any way, shape, or form.
I understand. The spell allows me to keep up with Scoria. Whilst I'm fighting the dragon, I may use it, but I'll be sparing, and once this is over, I'll find another way.
For the march towards Dragon Peak,
I will stay
will
on
it be
foot.
problem?
No.
I can
only
provide
if
you
the
with
dragon-
a fine mount.
Yeah. Only if the dragon shows its face will I summon my steed.
Certainly, if we are in a life or death situation, I would not ask you to hold back for the sake of image. Ever. But until that situation, please be conscious of how your actions reflect on this final march.
Of course.
Good. Good. She pats you on the shoulder and heads off, flanked by her guards, to head back to their rooms to get ready for dinner.
Yeah. That's fine. I'm a little bit annoyed, but I understand.
At the final dinner here, we're all sort of seated, and Anton, you find yourself seated next to a familiar general. This is one of those folks who you've seen around. This is that guy that had that really strong grudge towards you long ago. And remember, I don't know if you remember that, but there were some folks you would talk to that we never delved into their names or their histories, and they were just showing up from time to time. And with your ability to feel grudges and vengeance and anger and interpersonal hatred or whatever, this is one of those folks who you could feel the wrath boiling off of in your direction. But now, as you sit next to them,
I wouldn't check.
You wouldn't check?
No. Anton's trying not to use as much of his clerical shit. So he doesn't care what the guy thinks of him.
Okay. Well, as everyone's sort of sitting or getting ready for dinner and coming to sit down, before the food is quite brought out, there's some drinks and there's some conversation. The general turns to you. General Mameo is his name. Mameo. He will extend a hand in your direction, as if he's sort of shaking your hand abruptly out of nowhere, and he will. Well,
I'll
I
take
assume you meet his eyes. Yeah, you take his hand, you meet his gaze, and he like holds on to your hand a little bit longer, like he's got something to say to you. And with like a stern look, he says to you something to the effect of, "Hi, Cleric Anton. I must confess that I've never liked you. But now I see that I was wrong. When you were first called to Velthara, I always feared it was vengeance against the Queen you were destined for. But now it is clear that it is vengeance for all the wronged people of Arcadia that your path, your future has guided you towards. I feel I owe you an apology and my thanks."
No apology necessary. Just trying to keep the people of our nation safe.
Mm-hmm. Of course. Of course. It's a good thing the Queen did what she did, he says, like letting go of your hand and turning back to the table and grabbing, refilling his wine glass. No disrespect to your mother, but the Queen has done a remarkable job of holding the kingdom together. Every other kingdom has fallen apart or into ruin, civil wars, whatnot. The past was hard, but I think it was all for the better.
Anton will give him a stern look. My mother gave her life for this kingdom. Watch your tongue. And he'll walk away.
Okay. All right. Last night, last dinner. Do you feel comfortable sitting next to this guy the whole time? You're gonna start any other shit with him?
Anton's not gonna start any shit. He's just gonna ignore him probably. He's pissed off.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you guy can sense that there's some sort of anger coming out of you, and he leaves you alone. He's not trying to provoke you. He was,
My mom
if anything,
just
he was trying to be
died.
nice.
Yeah, he was, but then he shit talked my mom unintentionally.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
He knows he fucked up.
Mm-hmm. Tyrael, at this final last dinner before everyone is set off to go, there is a moment, if you would like to take it, to say something, to make some sort of rallying speech, to do any sort of grandiose activity. It's not necessarily expected of you, but I don't know if you are interested in taking reins at this point.
This is just like the elitist of the elite, like the generals and the queen and everybody, right?
Yes.
Are people looking to me like they expect me to say something, or would this just be me and like my bravado standing up and deciding that I need to
This
say
would
something?
I just want to give you an opportunity if you've got that bravado. Everyone's seated for dinner. There's a moment where there's a lull where if you were so inclined, you could take up the mantle of responsibility and give give some words, but you are absolutely not obligated to. The Queen will probably say something.
I will stand up. And I will look over the table with all of our generals, and I will say, my brave brothers and sisters of Wigthron, Rorenta, and my faithful fellow citizens, servants of the Queen, tomorrow and the coming days will be fraught with danger. Scoria will do everything she can to try to stop us on our inevitable march towards her lair. But just trust whatever the Queen says, whatever the three of us say, as long as we all stick to whatever plans we've got made out, as long as we don't panic, as long as we hold strong to whatever plans we make, we will succeed. How long is the expected travel going to be? How long does it take us to get there? Is this like a week's march or like...
You're expecting about 15 miles a day, and it's about 150 miles, so about 10 days.
About 10 days. Okay. We've been off on our own, doing adventures, gathering important equipment, gathering intel, crossing into other dimensions, but this final journey to Scoria will not be like the McGarry brothers' previous missions. We will be marching alongside of you guys in combat. We will be there to fight Scoria, to turn her back like we did in Bontheris anytime she tries to attack. And our fates will be intertwined with every other soldier and general that goes marching along this path, also alongside of our queen. So if you need help, don't be fearful to ask, and just trust in the queen and trust in us. We'll make sure everything goes according to plan.
Yes, there's, very polite applause and some, hearty hear-hers coming out from the assembled officer corps and wizards and clerics and whatnot sitting about. You've never seen, maybe I should not say never, but looking around this table, the morale is very high.
Good.
And if the officer corps reflects the rest of the army, then this should be a great march for everyone. People have faith in the three of you. People have faith in the queen. The might of Drekis has not been expended in frivolous battles. It's been years of sort of gathering power and holding it and waiting for the appropriate moment to use it, sometimes to great criticism. Many towns and lives have been lost in the process of reserving and waiting for the right moment to strike, and it is now upon us.
Is Tyrell this formal event where the crown of King Gilder?
I don't think so. I think I would still want to present us as this is a unified front with the Megaris fighting alongside our formal armies for once, marching under the queen into Scoria's lands to defeat her. I don't think it's a time to be representing a conflict of leadership, but rather a unity under our aunt.
Hear, hear.
And that is also reflected in the conversation here. This is one of the first times that you are actually hanging out and having social conversations with the officers, with the leadership staff. Usually, the last few years, you've spent off on your own doing a little mission here, maybe chatting a little bit of logistics there. And for the first time in a long time, you get to sort of mingle with the general staff.
Yeah, and I think
general people.
I think something important to sell is the idea that, like, well, not sell. I mean, it's true, but like for once, all of our fates are kind of intertwined in how this battle goes, because we're not going to be off on our own. We're not going to be teleporting away. We're going to be fighting alongside the army for everything that's going on. Yeah.
And you'll hear people refer to you as the Queen's men in this situation, underscoring that unified front that we're all here together. At some point during the dinner, Imric, someone will call across the table to you and get your attention. Not drunk, but, socially lubricated, and ask you, Hi, cleric, or I'm sorry, Archmage Imric. Is it true that the Queen tutored you in secret when you were a young boy? I've heard such rumors. We all know that Her Highness is a sorcerer in her own right. And you have certainly exceeded any capability at this table. But is it true that the Queen went out of her way to school you personally?
It's definitely true that the Queen has taught us all a great deal here. And I would be lying if I said that I didn't pick up a few tips here and there. But I'm afraid that the rumors you've heard are maybe slightly exaggerated. A queen ruling over such a mighty country as Drekis doesn't have the time to teach basic magic to the likes of me. Most of what I've learned from the Archmage or on the job.
You're self-taught.
I see. He nods expectedly. But it is true that she, before the war even broke out, sought the three of you and gave you guidance and counsel and started creating this mighty weapon. He says,
Indeed.
gesturing to the table.
The fact that we're here now, ready and able to do what we're going to do, is purely because of the decisions that the Queen made a long time ago. A plan put in motion years in the past, and when it began, we were nothing but whelps with bronze swords and basic armor.
And one of the officers here, like a colonel of some importance, will stand up. He's in charge of the scouts that will be riding in front and around the army as it marches. And he will make a speech to the Queen's foresight, to Queen Valuria's ability to gather and manage such an incredible cadre of people. And, give a small speech here and there. Another one will, at some point in the dinner, ask Anton, kind of like lean over and in a hushed whisper, say, "Is it true, Lord High Cleric Anton, that you bless the Queen's dinner before every meal?" Is that how she remains so healthy and alert and astute and observant?
I have better things to do with my time than sit around and bless dinners.
Of course, it sounded absurd, but the scuttlebutt among the soldiers is covers a wide range of topics. Sometimes things have a ring of truth to it.
You want a real tidbit about me?
Yes?
You remember what was the first blue dragon we fought in B?
Azur.
Azeron.
Azeron.
Yeah. You remember Azeron?
Aye.
Well, Imric was sleeping under rocks when Tyrael and I went in there and vanquished him. We had to pull Imric out, actually. He was trapped and couldn't even save himself. It was quite a sight to behold.
There's the two of you, just two brothers, slew Azeron the Blue.
And Tyrael slew most of the dragons, honestly. I think Imric just got his most recent kill. Anton will say, chuckling to himself.
Even now, my brothers undermine me, telling fake stories of battles past. When it's known between all of us that without my magics, whether I was there or not, they'd be dead beneath his fangs.
Here.
Should I pull up the time pool of Azeron, Tyrael, or Imric?
I don't deny being trapped under the rocks, brother, but my magics were still benefiting you whilst I lay trapped.
Anton will pick up his mug of ale, probably, and throw yoist? What's the
Hoist.
word? Hoist. Hoist it in the sky and just yell, "Here, here."
Mm-hmm. Someone will ask Tyrael at one point, Lord Tyrael, King of Mystria, tell me, how many dragons is it that you have slain with your own hand? Well, there's many a chatter, and the official kill score is a matter of much dispute. Tell us, how many have you slain?
Blow, or just like how many have you killed?
I'll take a swig and I'll lean forward and I'll whisper and I'll say, allow me to put it this way. Aeons ago, there were legendary weapons that were created just to slay dragons. These 4 dragon-slaying weapons, some may have even reported seeing at our sides. We were the first warriors in the history of Arcadia to satiate the thirst of these weapons, so much so that they don't even work anymore. And that's why you see us carry other magical weapons at our sides now.
There's like people sitting back and looking at each other, exchanging like, oh my god, these guys are fucking terrifying. And lots of like conversation. Tell the weapons, is it true they speak to you? And for the first time, people have an opportunity to ask you all the questions that they've heard of, all these like legends and rumors people have heard about the dragon slaying weapons from distant repute. And you know, did they talk to you? What did they say? What did they sound like? How many dragons did you kill if you were able to satiate their bloodlust? Just question after question about, you know, the tools at your disposal that they've never had. Can I see the sword, the Harbinger sword? Can I hear? Does Bloodletter still vibrate and sing? Tell us these stories.
I'll indulge and I'll ham it up a lot as I speak to them. So yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
Hey, wait,
Wow.
Shine's not in the room with us, is she?
Well, yeah. If Shine is there, Anton, is Shine there?
Shine's gonna stay for the defense of the castle, so she's probably not here. She's off doing dragon stuff. I think it's just the humans here.
I'll still speak up at the end after Tyrael does his thing. Not to undermine you, Tyrael, but I do think I would give up all the dragon-slaying weapons in the world for our comrade Shine. She's done a great service to this kingdom and has protected all of our families more than once.
Yeah, the queen gives you like an appropriate nod of like, that's a nice way to phrase that, because you know she was privy to the deal you made with Shine. No one else here was, but the queen sort of knows what went down there. And someone else will pipe up with a question of, speaking of the great worm Shine, how did she come to serve the brothers McGarry?
That's an interesting tale.
Hey, Queen,
Shine
would you
was once our enemy. When we first met Shine, it was in the depths of a lair of a black dragon. A portal opened and a number of dragons came through. An ambush to stop us from destroying their kind. Luckily, Shine escaped our wrath on that occasion and came to see things our way before my brother's sword did its work. I think we can all be grateful for that.
Mm-hmm. What did you say,
likely, I think it's more likely that we escaped Shine's wrath that day, Emmerich.
Perhaps.
though? How
we
does
weren't the warriors then, we are now.
how does
the
one?
queen? The queen was actually the one who convinced Shine to join us. Maybe she would like to speak on the matter.
That's true.
All eyes turn to the queen. She like politely dabs at her face with a napkin for a moment, gazing across the room.
She has like 10,000 charisma. She should be able to figure this out.
Yeah. She looks across the room and says, "My dearly beloved advisors, you wouldn't expect me to reveal my greatest secrets to you here in this room, would you?" And everyone sort of takes a laugh and says, but Queen, your Majesty, how do you convince a dragon to work with? I mean, serve the family for 5 generations?" And the Queen gives a, polite half smile and teases them with half answers and sort of insinuations, but never actually quite saying what it is or how it happened, just keeping it as a, I have my secrets and I'm not going to tell you how these things came to be, which only drives these people more, ravenous with questions.
Is Emmerich drinking right now, or is he just like chilling?
He's not a bore.
Is he drinking alcohol?
He's having a drink, yeah, but not. I don't think he's getting like smashed.
Yeah, it's a festive occasion on the night before a major endeavor, so no one here is getting trashed, but there's a generous, heavy-handed pours being passed around by servants.
Did we
Trying to
say
remember-
Shine is in the room with us, right, as part of this?
She's
No.
defending.
Oh, she is out and
She's-
defending.
she's patrolling.
I'll wander behind, I guess, like Emmerich, and I'll say, it's actually of grave importance to keep this secret, for the fate of our kingdom rests upon Shine not discovering. The only reason we were actually able to garner her as a servant was in exchange for our brother's sobriety here as a metallic dragon. Bronze, gold? Obviously, things like alcoholism cause a great deal of stress and anxiety to her, so we promised that we would get rid of one of the biggest alcoholics in the land should she serve our family for generations to come. Never let her find out what passed in this hall tonight.
Indeed, and I've almost been sober a year. I raise a glass.
People look at you. Hasn't Shine been serving us for many years now?
Oh, it can't be more than 2 years, no?
I mean, they're just joining in on the
jesting
cube.
back.
I say the exact time, but if it's been 2 years,
Right.
I say 2 years.
Okay, sure.
Is Tyrell's... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Nick.
I was just gonna say, but who am I to deny the opportunity to celebrate such a great victory? As I raise a toast and take a drink.
To Shine comes the next toast.
To Shine.
Is Tyrell wearing the... I assume not now, but I remember when he was doing the big speech about how we killed, the king and whatnot.
The armor of command?
You were in the armor of command. Yeah, is Tyrell in the armor of command at the dinner?
No.
I'm just kind of trying to figure out where he's at. Okay.
No, I'm just wearing my normal, whatever normal
dragon
shit
shit.
would be.
It'd be weird to wear plate mail to dinner, though.
And I don't want to outshine the queen here. That'd be like wearing a white dress to a wedding, right?
Yeah, it was just I'm just not sure what Tyrell's going for, I guess, on the outshining the queen, because he did do it when we were bringing back the head. So I guess I'm just trying to...
Well, back then,
Yeah, but
I just wanted people to see that, I don't remember my speech exactly, but wasn't I giving props to the queen as well for having us?
I think you did give props to the queen.
Yeah, I think it was to show, the point of that was to show that, one, even though we've been going for a long fucking time, it's worth it. We're actually doing real shit. We're not just slaying dragons and doing fantasy shit in the background. We actually killed the king of the enemy shit. And I wanted people to know that McGarry's and the queen get credit for that. I just wanted it to be seen there. But but here this is the queen's operation. I want her to feel good about it.
We don't want to upstage her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Anything else need to be hit? No.
I think it's pretty much that. The next day, everyone gets a nice early wake up. Everyone's roused by servants at the crack of dawn. Food and water are brought to everyone. There's
Where's
no
Scoria?
aspirin. Scoria's in her castle and on her dragon mountain right now. There's no aspirin, but the old-timey equivalents, the little pieces of willow bark, may be brought to those that might need it. And soon the army gathers in the main courtyard of Wicthron Marenta. And while everyone is gathering, while everyone is preparing to head out, Tyrael, you will be introduced to some new faces. The queen comes by with her escort and her guard and a whole bunch of scholars, academics, servants. You're not quite sure who these people are yet, in tow behind her. And she will introduce these people to you. She will say that you might recognize actually a few family crests on people's clothing. Like, you've heard of that family, and you've heard of that family. Some of these people are definitely nobles, but you don't actually recognize any faces. She will tell you that when you take over Mystria, maybe I should say it in her voice, Nephew McGarry, as you take over Mystria, you will find that you will need advisors, people to delegate tasks to. You're going to need counsel, a treasurer, all sorts of positions. In time, you will develop your own personnel, but I have brought with me an advisory staff so that you may start off your reign strong. She motions to a handful of people and gives out some specific duties. This person is, could be a great chancellor for you. This person over here is great with numbers. They should be your treasurer, and sort of giving you some staff by which to run your country. And after she goes through like the paper pushers, she will introduce a few noble lords who will be marching with us on this journey, or riding more likely with us on this journey. And they represent families who owned a lot of land in towns that have been razed by Scoria. And they and their people will need new lands to settle. Mystria, who is short on people to do the farm work, and plentiful on open, free land, would make a great home for these assembled lords. And she would like to grant them all parcels of land within your kingdom so that their folks, their now refugees, may have a place to go, and the lands that you will oversee will have people to work them and make them productive from the get-go.
No, I nod.
How do you... Yeah?
Thank
cool
you.
with all of these things?
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, obviously, you have more experience leading kingdoms than I do, so I will take all of these suggestions to heart, and I'll probably install these people into whatever positions you recommend.
Great. Of course, these lords and ladies will owe their fealty to you, and will serve you as well as they have served me.
Sounds good.
Great. Okay. Well, with that, I do believe our people begin to march out of the capital and head north for our last journey. Why don't we take a break
Anton
right here?
will say goodbye to
Go ahead.
Cletus.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Wait, why?
Good
What?
idea. Well, we might die, you know?
I'm just assuming Cletus is staying back, so I'm gonna say goodbye to him.
Why? You mean see you later, right?
It'll be more like a see you later, but everyone knows that, it's more of a
We might die.
goodbye. Yeah, we might die.
Yeah. And even if... Yeah. Cletus waves goodbye. He has no purpose on this mission. He cannot help in any way. He cannot swing a sword, and no one needs to know the contents of the tomb of Grant at this point in time. Why don't we take our break here and come back on the other side with some more Tombs of Scoria?
Sounds good. We'll be back.
All right.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tombs of Scoria.
All right.
We set out on our first march from Wicthron Marenta to Fenden, where the army camps for but a night. Getting up early the next day, we will set out for the edge of the forest.
Before we do this, let's just talk through the contingencies for everything that can happen, okay?
Okay.
So, if Scoria tries to attack us, she's dead. That won't happen because we've got 50 million fucking archers, right?
If Scoria attacks us, you guys get on Shine. I summon my steed. I cast haste on us. The archers fire. We attack her in the air.
We
Yep.
know where she's teleporting.
Okay,
If you
Koibu.
want the archers to fire, that means Scoria needs to come within range of the army. And unless you concentrate all of your archers in one tiny block, they're going to be spread out, and some will be in short range, some will be in long range, some will be completely out of range, depending on where her location
I think it's fine. I think we beat Scoria in a battle, plus
Wait.
any amount of support. I think it's.
We need to can we sabotage the bridge on Bridge Light?
You'll have to build it to cross.
No.
No, she already smashed it.
She already
right?
has a huge. Oh, she smashed it.
Did it
No,
not?
I'm sorry,
when-
Bridge Light. I'm sorry, wrong bridge. Yeah.
Yeah,
Did she
because
smash
I will make a point of saying to everyone that just if it needs saying in character, that's probably the only place she can teleport to outside of her lair safely. Because
I agree.
yeah, think about it. Like she needs somewhere that's big enough that she can teleport low and survive, and a massive, huge bridge is probably like the only place that she can do that
Yeah.
safore
So,
So if
is
we
there any
destroy
way
the bridge,
that we
yeah.
can sabotage that either before the army or on our direction?
What do you mean by
We need to make a
sabotage?
pit stop there. Like we need to destroy the bridge so Scoria can't teleport to it anymore. Because if we're fighting her in her lair and she just teleports there, like she's just gone. I know we have the lair, but we'd just like to probably destroy the bridge. It's good.
I don't think we can easily destroy the bridge. I mean, we've not got gunpowder. I could start disintegrating it, but it'd probably take a while to get it to fully collapse. would
Could we
imagine.
just take the bridge and then put like sticks on it, so if she teleports to it, she just dies?
That's a good point. Yeah, we could attach spears to it along the length of it.
Just put shit on the bridge and then she'll teleport into it and die.
Leave a
Is-
detachment of people there to make sure no one clears it on her behalf.
Yeah,
Yeah.
is that smart? Should we take the bridge?
No, but I think we have to do that once we get there.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No,
Okay.
but I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
So then, rather going through High Meadow, Koibu, we're gonna make a trip over to Bridge Light and then go up. If that makes sense.
Sure. The road is going to be the fastest way to march an army rather than across
Yep.
the field,
Yeah.
which is why we've taken this route
Yeah,
to
so
High
we'll
Meadow.
go this
We'll
way.
just take it. We'll take.
And then we'll
We'll
double
go
back.
to. Yeah, we'll go to High Meadow, and then we can take a contingent to the bridge.
Yep.
Maybe.
Perfect.
I'll draw another arrow to the bridge.
Was there anything else that you wanted to do before you left Fenden?
I don't think so. Imric takes a moment as the army marches out to look at everyone's jovial mood and how many people are here. And
Do we-
what it's going to look like once we get to the Wormwood.
We're not worried about her doing the weird rock shit, right?
No.
No,
I
we're
think
not, because
that's
it's going
a
through
non-starter.
plains. If she goes around us, our capital's protected. Everything should be okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we still using that amulet to track her or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. It'll take a day and a half, just shy of 2 days, to get from Fenden to, actually, just about 2 days to get through the North Grove from Fenden to the edge of West Foden. Now, that area has been singed by fire, making the last trek sort of brown and ashen and depressing as you walk through the ruined and burned woods of the North Grove West Foden plain border. A reminder of the terrible might of Scoria. A day later, you are passing near to Ralwick, and your scouts will report that the town of Ralwick is completely abandoned at this point. Only the small garrison that we've left there to keep an eye on things remains. Rats run through what once was a mighty city of Drekis. And it is also on this day that, checking in with Scoria, you will see that she is off again, off to do her Scoria things. She's somewhere over Vale, the town of Vale, on your first day. When you first check in with her in the morning, and a little bit later in the day, you'll see that she is over the Draken Wastes, sort of
But
heading,
not near Roxas.
not near Roxas.
Okay.
No.
What do we do? Ignore it?
Yeah.
She can't attack anywhere. She can't attack the capital, so
I mean, that's all we can do. We have to ignore it and keep going.
we have to. Yeah.
Where are we at this point, Koibo?
You're
Ralwick.
right near Ralwick.
Okay.
Yeah, just a little bit south of it. Okay. The next day, you are
Wait, where'd
just
she go
north.
that day?
Well, that day she took her sweet, sweet time, taking a nice, long, wide path around the army, over the mountains, across the red desert, over the shallow sea, putting many leagues between you and her, before finally coming over the Gladewood, past Crest Lake, over the Alardian Crest, and beginning her, what you assume to be siege or attack or raiding of the outlands of Berkshire, these areas that haven't really been touched so far, that have been within these woods. There's like scattered villages and mining camps and hunting camps, and there's a lot of coal and coke that is made here, and a lot of charcoal made in this region. The whole area goes up like a tinderbox. Thankfully, though, the Silkwood, which is just inhabited by nasty spiders, is burned in the process too. You're expecting, which is, sort of a boon for everyone. But she begins a multi-day siege in and around Berkshire.
So I guess question: if she's taking multiple days, like let's say day one, she's still fucking out there like burning shit. Is there any conversation of us like teleporting and just going to her lair, or are we just marching the army?
Berkshire is one of the places I have a teleport stamp to, but I don't think we should go back. I think that teleporting to the lair is... I think that's a risky move.
Okay, but what is Game Marcher for?
Do you want to go take Bridgelight, Imric?
Yeah, I think taking Bridgelight's a good idea. I just think that getting baited into teleporting into the middle of the Wormwood...
Yeah, no. I just mean, like, should we, while she's doing that, should we go take Bridgelight? Like, just teleport there and go take it, or no?
But I don't think... How do we take Bridgelight?
Or, sorry, I mean, we just go in. Like, what are they going to do?
We're just the three of us.
Yeah.
And do what? Just
Sabotage the
everyone
bridge.
up. But I don't think, like, how do the three of us sabotage the bridge? I think that's the issue. I don't think it's as easily done as...
Yeah, okay. I
Do you
agree.
guys have magical spells that blow everything fucking up, or no?
Yeah, well, it's like a fireball isn't going to destroy a bridge. I could disintegrate parts of the bridge, but I can only cast that a couple of times a day, and at the expense of other spells, and I don't think that's going to collapse.
I have conjure animals.
And it's a large bridge
drop-
with many archways.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah, I just don't think we can destroy it easily.
Can't you turn into a boule?
It's not going to destroy a bridge. I think putting the spears on the bridge is the best
You went
option.
through the ground, no?
Yeah, the ground, not like solid stone.
Interesting. Okay.
What do you say, Neil? A boule couldn't destroy a bridge, right? A giant bridge like that.
You can have that theoretical conversation that, maybe you could... Boules don't really go through stone, but maybe you could undermine the ground underneath. Like, you can have a conversation about the process, but you're not going to have any answers until you try it for realsies.
Yeah, I advise
think
that.
so?
I think
Okay.
it's possible. I think that setting up spears on the bridge and then defending it is the best way.
I agree. Let's just let everything burn and... I don't say that in a mean way. I think we just go and actually let everything burn and finish it up.
True.
It's the cost of
Doing business.
war here. She will vanish from Berkshire, appear near the Bridgelight Bridge, make her way home to Dragon Peak, and rest there for a day or so before any other actions happen. By then, you will have made it to Bridgegate. Imric, you needed to know when you needed fabricate spells,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, and how many? So, like, how big's the crossing here?
Right. The crossing at Bridgegate is going to take you no less than 5 fabrication spells to make.
Okay.
That will, sufficiently allow people to cross the bridge in a timely manner where, a raid or a disaster wouldn't cause major problems.
Yeah, okay, so I can do that, and on this day, I don't have teleport, I don't have lower resistance, I don't have improved invis, and I don't have ultravision. And that gets me my 5 5th level spell slots to be able to cast Fabricate 5 times.
Okay. Then you will arrive at Bridgegate that day, and a few spells later, have Fabricate a Bridge, cross on over, and the whole army will begin to move towards Half Hill.
Okay, I fix my spell list for the next day.
Yeah. By the time you are nearing Half Hill, another 15 or so miles later, Scoria is once again heading out to the west, over the Elven Forest, over the Draken Wastes, over the Draken Ridge, and coming down once again across the Red Desert, through the Shallow Sea. And this time you'll find that she makes you can't really check in. You're not scrying on these places. There's no point. There's nothing you can do. But Anton's just keeping this presence of where Scoria is. And she is, near the North Grove, near Fenden, near North Grove, sort of flying in and about that area. And as evening falls and you are in Half Hill, from the distance of maybe 100 miles, you can see like a rosy glow that evening in the south, indicative of great fires, probably in the woods, maybe in a town. But the whole army can see the glow in the distance, and the large plumes of smoke rising will be evident in the daylight again.
How's morale this night?
Well, still pretty good. This is the army, and everyone knows that there are sacrifices made, and Scoria has been burning things. People here have watched their own homes and their own families fall to Scoria's flames. So this is no surprise.
Yeah.
This is why these people are marching here. This is the cause for which they arrive.
Are we able to do any diplomacy with the elves when we get at all?
Oh, we'll be doing diplomacy with the elves when we're done with this. And by diplomacy, I mean finishing what Scoria started.
They just fucked off.
They did.
They literally just fucked off.
That's what happens when you trust non-humans to do a human's job.
Yes. How do we feel about dwarves? Do we need to take out Roxas too?
Dwarves are just, dwarves. What are you going to say? What are you going to do?
What are you going to say?
Okay. 2 days later, we'll be arriving near Evermund. This is another place where you might need a bunch of fabricate spells. If the bridge is down, and you won't really know how many you need until you arrive at Evermund. As you do so...
hang on. The night before, I will scout it out myself. I'll cast Ultravision on myself, and I'll go and scout it out and work out how many fabricates I need for the next day.
How are you going to get there and back by yourself?
Polymorph self.
And just fly as a bird and
I'll just fly as a bird. I'll invis myself. I'll fly as a bird. When I'm near the Evermund, I'll turn back into myself. My Ultravision will be active. I'll assess the bridge requirement from the sky, and I'll fly back. I'm not going to engage with anyone. I'm in the sky.
Will
I'm invisible.
you have enough time to get a good enough sleep that you can memorize spells the next day if you are going to fly
it depends
10 miles ahead of the army?
I think yes,
10 miles
I will.
back?
I mean, I think I can do 65 miles in a polymorph self. So and that over 3 hours. So depending, unless we camp super far away from Evermund, I think I could easily do it. Yeah.
Let's see. So you camp in the ruins of Half Hill for a day. So you will end up camping 5 miles from the bridge.
Sure. So the last 2 hours of marching for the day, I'll cast the polymorph self. I'll fly well ahead to the city, and I'll fly back.
So while the army marches, you're going to take off on your own.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Invisible, in the sky as a bird. I only turn into an invisible human for a moment to catch it, to take a look.
Yeah, as you arrive near Evermund in the late afternoon, you can see that the town has clearly faced some great suffering in recent days. Much of the town has been affected by fire. You had heard that there were raids in this area in days past. The cavalry had come through and had just, charged over the bridges at Evermund and taken the city by force, doing just a little bit of burn. Oh, your cavalry. Long ago, many years ago, this area had been subject to raids and attacks, and it looks like either that damage has never been repaired or Evermund has recently been the site of some battles. There are blocks and areas of town that are damaged. The bridge near Evermund is definitely ruined. It was once combination wood and stone, or maybe there was a stone bridge that they've tried to repair with wood and then it was destroyed again. It's hard to tell without spending a lot of time investigating it. But clearly the bridge is out, and you're going to need no fewer than 5 castings of Fabricate for this bridge too.
Damn.
Yep, okay, same deal.
Okay.
I head back that night and sleep, and in the morning I can learn my Fabricate spells.
Mm-hmm. And
what are you making the bridge out of? Just wood?
Yeah, wood. I think we're bringing a bunch of, or maybe we chop it down the day before, but I think the wood is already chopped into logs when we get there, so I can immediately start fabricating the bridge.
The Gloomwood Forest is right there, goes right up to the edge of the Mercy River, so plenty of resources available. What spells do you discharge in order to get your 5 fabricates? There's no rare spell components you're burning, are there?
Let me just check. Low resistance. No, that's an iron rod. Teleport has no material components. Brood and Viz has no material components. And ultra. No, nothing.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And none of these are going to cause any problems. You're burning teleport, you say?
Yeah, teleport's the thing I don't have that may cause trouble. I still have one more on my ring of spell storing.
So how is it that you cast teleport to exhaust it from your spell list? Like, where are you teleporting to?
I mean, I think I can probably just teleport to a place that I'm looking at 5 feet away. And that's a perfect teleport, right?
Yeah,
Or is
there's
it?
no... Is there,
I think as long as he's like literally seeing it, he should probably be able to teleport there perfectly. But would we be mad if in the future Scoria used teleport as like a blink instead?
I mean, I guess there's always a
Wow,
chance
actually.
that you roll low.
Yeah, there's always
Right.
a 1% chance that you roll low.
Could you just set up a chair, or I imagine if we're marching with wizards and stuff, they must be bringing materials to like build a temporary. Like I think even we were bringing that shit in older campaigns where we'd have like just temporary shit to set up a stand for teleportation.
Yeah, if we're chopping
Yeah.
wood the day prior, we can probably make you a teleport stand. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I
tell
think
some people to hastily erect a structure 10 feet above the ground that you can
one that I
stand
can
on.
just see. As long as I can
Right.
see it, I don't need to study it. I can just... Yeah, there you go. I mean, like, if we're really getting into the weeds about burning the teleport spell, I suppose I need to do that to be safe.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I figure you have an ability to do this, but I want to get a flavor of what it's
Yeah.
like when you're marching with an army and you've got these complicated spells that you might need to burn. You know, are you throwing out lightning bolts into the air? Are you having to build
No.
temporary structures to burn your teleport? Like, what is the vibe of the march? Are you commanding
I
soldiers to
think
work
you're
with
probably
you, or
right.
are you just doing everything on your own?
I think I'd probably get a few soldiers to help make me a teleport stand for this day,
Mhm.
or for the day before the bridge, you know.
Yeah, that's not a hard thing. There are poles and tents and tools available. Someone can get, get the floor of a wagon, or just hoist an entire wagon up on stilts
Well,
and
it's
watch.
just
let
a
you
standard.
teleport
It's
to
a
it.
standard watchtower, right? Basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think it should be basic stuff. I mean, we're probably even building little watchtowers at the end of the night anyway. I mean, the Romans made walls and watchtowers every night when they camped. So
Mm-hmm. True. Okay. Well, the next day you get to Evermond and the Mercy River and the Gloomwood Forest and the bridge that is to be built.
sorry, the Mersey River.
Mercy.
Mersey.
Mersey. It's literally a river by where I live. It
Well,
must
that's
be
not what it's named
that.
after, but thank you.
Sure it is. You probably got it from chat. Somebody said it.
Oh
No, It's a destruction of the word mercy. You've got the Dead River and the Mercy River, which bodies are floated down in like old style traditions to get rid of them once you've died. And so people will float down the Dead River to Lake Edric, or they will float down the Mercy River, whose name has been sort of warped over time to be spelled differently, before they fall off the waterfall into the Western Canal.
All right. Okay.
Do you believe any of that? Do you think you just made all of that up
No,
to
I
get by
don't.
that
I
epic
don't.
ownage that you just unleashed upon
I
them?
feel like originally it was named after the Mersey River, but maybe it's been warped.
You know, there's
since.
a lot of names.
Yeah, that's fine.
Who could remember any of these things?
Jeez.
It used to be called the Raekwon River. Back in the day.
Oh,
the ancient
those
memes.
days. Yeah, the dark lore. We don't talk about it anymore. Okay. Well, you're out there soloing this construction by yourself. Scoria is not in her mountain anymore. She's taken an eastern flight path, and she's somewhere over East Voden when you are in Evermond, and you are fabricating this bridge. What's the range of fabricate?
The range is
Yeah.
75 yards.
That's a lot of space.
Yeah.
It's a 225 feet.
Wait, you talking about
So-
the range of the spell or the AoE of the actual casting?
No, the range of the spell.
Yeah, 75 yards, yeah.
Great. So you can be, well, you can easily be on your side of
Yeah.
the gorge, which is actually a rather large gorge right here, and you can be casting your spell on the far end. You don't have to wade out across the river to do this.
So
and when
basically,
you-
like if you imagine Imric, he's got a big pile of logs, and he's over the course of like say, how does it take time to cast? Just one round. Yeah, it's 1 round per cubic meter, so it takes him probably an hour or so to cast this. He's just like there's giant logs of wood flying around, and then they morph into slabs, and they get like come down and like put into place on the bridge, and the next log comes up and turns into a flat piece, and then boom, slams next to it. Supports are flying in. Like they're just imagining like Imric on the side of the gorge with all this wood like flying around it, turning itself into a bridge.
Yeah, and this is all in like the snow-covered fields and forests around Evermund. People have been saying that Nerul, the goddess of snow and storms, has blessed this journey for a light and gentle. Nadinus, the goddess of snow and storms, has blessed this journey by giving you a gentle snowfall to cover the ground all around you. This is fantastic because invisible footprints will easily still show up in snow. And so if you've got your horse riders at a distance, they will be able to see if anyone's sneaking up to the army. There's been questions all along about the queen leading the army, riding up front, shoulder to shoulder with the great warriors. What about assassination? What about, invisible wizards throwing themselves in a suicidal ditch to kill the queen at the last moment? And this sort of snow cover that's been sticking to the ground for a few days now is considered a good omen by all. But as the bridge finishes and its frost-free planks finally form the last segment, coming out from Evermund, where, of course, all the citizens, all the people in Evermund can see this bridge construction happening over the course of an hour or whatever it is. But coming to the bridge is what appears to be a priest or a cleric of Vorasi, goddess of death and destruction. She wears dark robes. She has a clear, white amulet made out of some sort of animal bone in the shape of the downward V of Vorasi's symbol.
Is this the one we met before?
You've never seen this person before, you don't think. She's at a great distance. She's in enemy territory. There's a lot of clerics, who knows. But she does begin to make a cross across the river, across the bridge towards you. And I imagine you've got some folks around you to help you with whatever you may need. One of them looks to you, Imric McGarry, and asks if you would like them to take care of the priestess on the bridge.
Wait, sorry. Who's asking me? Just some random soldiers?
Yeah, you've got some soldiers with you to maybe gather some supplies. They've brought wood, or maybe they're setting a little guard around you to make sure some random thing doesn't come up. You've just got a pack of assistants and a couple of knights nearby. You're always sort of with troops at this point.
I sort of lower the wood that I've got floating around to the ground, and I turn to face the guy who's talking to me. And I look beyond him at the person on the bridge and what they're dressed in black robes, clear symbol of Vorasi. Are they threatening, or are they just kind of standing there quietly?
No, they're walking at a very casual pace across the bridge. Not running, not charging, no weapons in their hands, not hands up, no surrender, just a random cleric or a priestess that you've never seen before walking across the newly built bridge.
Is the bridge finished? So they've waited for it to be finished and come from the
They
inside.
waited for it to be finished before they revealed themselves and started to walk forward.
I look the soldier up and down and I say, "You seem hardy enough. Why don't you go and find out what they want and report back?"
The soldier scampers across the newly finished bridge, meeting the cleric halfway, and will return momentarily, saying to you, the cleric claims she does not work with Scoria, but is an ambassador from the Empire of Vorasi across the sea in Solemn, and she wishes to speak with those who have built this bridge.
Okay. Go and find my brothers. I will meet with this cleric.
Yeah, everyone, is hanging out around camp while this is done. Meals are being made, watches are set. I think our brothers McGarry and Queen Wick are in a tent together, chatting about what is to come, what you can overhear the other officers here talking about the securing of Everman, the populace there, how the garrison we're going to leave behind in order to secure this situation. We've got 20,000 troops. We can easily leave 100 people under the guise of a major or something to hold this town. Make sure that it isn't like some sort of ploy happening here, or that there's no enemies that will use this against us as we move our army forward. And that's when the soldier will come on in, telling the assembled people that there is a cleric on the bridge, and Imric McGarry wishes the brothers to arrive and work out the details here. Some of the other officers sort of flinch at the idea of the McGarrys immediately taking charge over this operation, but they don't stand in the way. They've never worked under you before. They've never actually had you assume their responsibilities, but they go along quietly with it.
We're the 5-star generals. They're just the 4 stars.
Based. We're gonna go
When
out
Tyrael and Anton get here, I'll say, there's a cleric here from the Varasi Empire in Solemn. Apparently they want to talk to us.
Is that the one we went and murdered? Oh no, we didn't murder them. Never mind.
It's the same group. Just keep your guard up.
I think we fucked them over, if you remember, Imric. We were supposed to get rid of those people, but instead I think we worked with them. Do you remember?
No, they gave us a bunch of potions, if we remember.
Yeah, but
They
then we
said
went
they were
over
based on
there
red bloods.
when we went to fuck, what's the Snow Kingdom
Glacia.
called? Yeah, we went to Glacia. We talked to I don't know.
Yeah, we
the
spoke to
fucking-
them there.
Yeah.
They seemed reasonable enough. Let's see what they want. I mean, one
The
cleric's not going to stop our army.
Dragonbane's weapons were in the hands of officers of the Rossi Empire
Sure, we
Yeah.
killed
as
them.
well.
We'll go meet him. Who cares? We're gonna go meet this person.
Yeah, we're gonna meet them. Yeah,
Let's go.
Let
So the
them
three
come
of
across the
you-
bridge.
Okay, you have the cleric come into your camp.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
How far into the camp do you have the?
Hold on.
the edge
No,
of
no,
it,
no, no,
like
no,
we
no, no,
meet-
no,
Meet
no,
'em on the bridge.
Stop.
Okay.
No one is coming into our camp. We will go out and meet them. They can walk towards us on the bridge, but we're not bringing them into the camp.
Okay.
Do we
So-
need to talk about gear and stuff we have on? Is that important right now?
I assume that you have all of your finest military gear, whatever you have equipped on your character sheet, ready to fight. Yeah.
Nope.
Yep.
I'm going to have, in place of my ring of protection, I'm going to have a ring of seeing on, and I'm going to activate it right before we meet. I'm going to be looking for scrying orbs or anything out of the ordinary.
Let me check my
Um,
rings. Yeah, I'm cool with my rings. Now I'm cool with my rings.
Cool. Yeah, there's no scryings, there's no illusions, there's nothing ethereal, there's nothing amiss in this situation, nothing magically hidden, no
Okay.
tricks being played.
Okay, cool.
The cleric will,
We'll have them come out, and talk to us.
yeah, the cleric will greet you with sort of a warm smile. She will give you a gentle bow, and she will say that her name is the cleric Forget. Is her name, or as she introduces herself, and she will say, I am an ambassador from across the sea, from the Empire of Rossi, over on the continent of Solemn. I have come here to Arcadia, to Mystria. And she kind of looks across the lot of you for a moment.
Speak plainly.
I am in need of assistance. I would like to return home to my people. When I came here to Mystria, I did so to speak and to meet and to greet and to extend relations between my empire and the people here, only to be imprisoned by the Lord of Evermund, set free after the fall of Crownhold. I humbly request the presence, the assistance of whoever you are here.
Does
Surely you
Crownhold still have the capacity to house and feed any citizens?
She shakes her head. And Crownhold is but a ruin, ash pile, a pit. I think it holds no souls.
Does she
Let's
have
get this
Materials?
straight.
Be a level
you see,
on her,
does my
or like an alignment.
yeah?
Sorry.
Do I see like magical gear or anything? I think the Ring of Seeing shows me if the gear is magical. I think we said that. And then do I see an alignment? It says polymorphed, changed, or enchanted things are apparent.
Yes. You will see that there is an active spell on her. A faint spell that is present upon her person, but that's about it.
No alignment.
No alignment, so she's not 9th level.
Let me get this straight. You're a prisoner in Evermond for months, and you see me making this bridge, and you think to just come up here and ask me to teleport you back to Solemn? That's your plan?
I was hoping for a boat ride, not a teleportation spell, but if that is within your power, and you so wish it to be, my people are surely missing me, and it would go a long way to improving the relations between what I assume are the Kingdom of Drekis and the Empire of Verasi.
I shake my head for a
I
moment. Well, hold on. No need to be rude. Or I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but we're in the middle of what is perhaps the most pivotal march in the history of our kingdom. If you wish to remain in Evermond for a week or so until we finish this upcoming fight, perhaps we can talk then, but I don't believe we can spare neither time nor resources to ship you back to your hometown. If you've truly been here for months or years, I'm sure you could wait a couple more weeks as we finish the upcoming conflict.
Most certainly. Time is important, but I am not trying to delay the march of an army, nor would I stand in your way. Verasi welcomes the deaths of whoever you are here to kill.
Surely she welcomes our death as well.
True.
The cleric bows appropriately.
Well, I don't speak for our king here, but perhaps if you were to give up your arms and your spell components, you could be allowed entrance into our camp until the deed is done.
I shake my head. I don't even think if that. I don't think that's wise. I don't think we know anything about this person. I think they should just return to Evermond and wait. There's no reason to incorporate this person into our camp or.
Very well. I'll supply lines, but you're right. How much trouble can one cleric cause?
And she will say, in exchange, thank you for your hospitality and your willingness to help. I eagerly await your return or the return of one of your emissaries to aid me on my voyage home. And then she says a name that you recognize, if I can get it out here. Part of my being here was to locate Zarthan, the dwarven cleric of Verasi, who we now know serves Scoria. Zarthan is considered a deserter from the Empire of Verasi. On his way out, he stole a large cache of invisibility wards. I assume if you are on your way to crush Scoria, you will undoubtedly come across Zarthan, the deserter, in her lair, and inevitably find his cache of invisibility wards. We would like those returned, if that is within your
Once we slay the dragon
will.
and her companions, and we sort through the inevitable horde of loot and magical gear that's there, we'll consider your request then. But we can't make any promises right now. Who knows if these wards even exist?
One does not steal a large pile of invisibility wards and then lose them.
True.
Well, we can't make any promises, of course, but I mean, we'll consider your request once this upcoming fight is finished.
The cleric smiles, bows, and then heads back across the bridge. Yeah, she's happy. She's got everything she wanted. You'll talk to her, help her
Yeah,
get home.
we'll talk to her.
Talk to her about these wards.
How presumptuous.
Yeah, that was presumptuous, but
A little cringe.
they did give us those healing potions, which I believe helped us out once upon a time, so
And?
some goodwill wouldn't, it's fair enough, I think, that's all.
Okay.
Okay. Well, the very next day, you can get to the bridge at High Meadow. In fact, you'll know now that you're on this road. It's only 20 miles between Evermond and High Meadow, and on the road, your army can easily do 20 miles in a day. So you did your 5.
Yeah, sorry, just
it's here.
after that little conversation, that night in the camp, I'll find myself wandering around. I'm going to find someone who's not like a general or like a really important person, but somebody who's maybe like a level 3 or 4 fighter.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I'll just ask them to stay in Evermond and keep an eye on this person. Make sure they're safe until we kill Scoria, basically.
Yeah, there was an officer, a major, who was going to be left behind with a detachment of soldiers
Yeah.
to keep an eye on Evermond, and this person can, not.
Keep an eye on them.
Yeah, what's the term? Maybe play
Chaperone.
host to the cleric, give them a warm, welcoming spot
Yeah.
within view, but not within the confines of like a secure installation.
Yeah, exactly. That.
Keep an eye on the cleric.
True.
Perfect. Okay.
All right,
The
and
next
then
day,
we
you'll
keep
have
marching.
to. You will be arriving at the river over High Meadow. It's not known whether it's out or not. The bridge is out or not. That'll be tomorrow's.
Well, somebody might know, right? The cleric might know.
Sure. You scour the town asking for details.
Yeah,
Or
I
asking the
I
cleric.
ask people in Evermond if the bridge in High Meadow is operational.
Yeah, you'll get a couple of people saying that they have heard the bridge is still intact. As of at least 2 weeks ago, it was fine and operational and working. But since the fall of Crownhold, there's not been a lot of travel. There's not been a lot of things happening between Evermond and High Meadow. So if it was there
I'm
2
going to
weeks
assume
ago,
I'm going to assume the bridge is still there. If we have to camp, it's about 20 miles to High Meadow, so we can always camp on the other side of the river if we have to.
perfect. So you'll take combat spells and everything the next day.
Yeah, it's in my normal spell list the next day.
All right. Scoria will once again be in the North Grove
Loser.
this day.
Yeah, well, she's running out of time.
Yes, she is. All right. Next day, you cross.
Is she teleporting back to Bridgelight every time?
What you've seen has been sort of a day or so to slowly get there, and then a couple days of slowly, meandering around, setting things on fire, and then a teleport to Bridgelight and a flight back to Dragon Peak. Yes, that is what you've seen so far. And as you make your way to High Meadow, she returns to Dragon Peak. You'll get to the bridge at High Meadow over the Mercy River and find it is still intact. And make your way into the town the next day, or that evening. And this is where our conversation about the Bridgelight Bridge comes into play. Mr. Mooten, you had some thoughts on this.
Yeah, I think we should I think we should either go with the whole army or... Yeah, we should just go with the whole army to Bridgelight first, leave a detachment there at the bridge that's like torpedoed or whatever, and then we go up. I think we should get rid of that bridge if it's their teleportation spot.
I don't disagree. Cyril?
Yeah, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't do that.
Sure.
Okay.
It's a day and a quarter to get to the bridge, and then half a day setting up the bridge, and then quarter day walking away, and then another day back to High Meadow. So it's like a 3-day detour.
Yeah, and we're going to make, stakes, right? So if we have some, downtime with the woodworkers or whatever, I want to make, large stakes of wood. I imagine...
What kind of steaks
I
are we
can-
talking here? Like ribeye or fillet? I'm so sorry. I'm done. That's my
How wide is Scoria versus the bridge? Do I feel like one line of stakes through the center would render it unusable?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
Well, hold on.
yeah,
To be
we
clear, this won't make the bridge unusable. Just since she teleports, she'll take some damage, right?
No, she would die if there's
will
any
die.
solid object.
It would. One solid object will kill you. It won't just be like piercing
Yes.
somebody.
Yes.
Yeah, because it interrupts the magic. You don't appear there. You get instead sent off to the astral plane or some other pocket dimension, or
Oh.
you're just
You get-
thrown into
you
the
get
void
Mr.
of space
Movement.
and ripped apart.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So we probably need, if I think about Scoria's length, just the core bit of her body, largest part, maybe if that's 60 feet, we probably want one stake every 60 feet. So we probably need I don't know, 50 or something like that. But I'll do a calculation and work out how many stakes we need.
Yeah, you can easily count the numbers, and your team of engineers and woodworkers will gather spears and set them up in such ways, attach little tripods to their bottom, leave a contingent of soldiers who will march into Bridgelight, take Bridgelight, and use it as their base of operations to then hold the bridge and make sure the bridge stays intact, with one patrol on one side and then the main encampment on the other side, leaving another... This time they're going to leave 200 folks behind, just because it's a little
important
bit more
fucking thing.
awkward, and it's an important
Yeah.
thing. Yeah. We don't want any of Scoria's little minions crawling out of the water and overwhelming the bridge, or sneaking on it and destroying everything at night. So you'll want patrols and people observing and enough supplies and logistics to support these people, even if the population rebels in Bridgelight. Here again, you'll find instances of destruction, and between what you hear at Evermond and what you hear at High Meadow, after the fall of Crownhold, it was just a free-for-all. Every lord who had any soldiers who would follow them took whatever they could and found like a safe place. It's been, a fallen country in war-torn society. All fealties are local now. But when the large army comes, all those like warriors and bandits and rebels fade into the countryside and get the hell out of the way of the oncoming army.
So what's the reception like when we're getting to these towns? Like, are we being somewhat welcomed by the Mistrain people or not?
Not really. They stay as hidden from you as possible. If they're in their houses, they'll peer out through shutters, maybe through a crack in a door or a broken wall. They generally speaking don't come out to visit, and you have to like go to houses and to talk to people and get anyone to see.
We've not been saying it, but
I
don't know if we've got like spare food, but I think it would be maybe wise to like give some food to people who are starving if there are people starving in these 3 towns.
If we have spare food, yeah, because these are going to be Tyrell's people,
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll just fit as long as it doesn't compromise our supply lines.
Yeah.
There is some spares that can be given out, especially in Evermond, the first town to be gotten to. That's when you've got the most supplies available. And there's some stuff that can be given out.
I'll have it passed to the ranks that if people are mistreating citizens, people who aren't in the army, etc., like mistreating citizens, that they'll have to deal with Anton personally.
One of the officers will sort of pull you aside when you're making this intent known and say, a surrendered town should be a safe town. There's no siege, there's no sacking, but soldiers are gonna soldier. There's a certain amount of chaos in any occupation. I trust you won't be unnecessarily harsh with our men.
Do I hear any of this, or is this away from me?
No, this is away from you. It's just a quick little side conversation with Anton.
It's Tyrell's kingdom. I think Anton will call Tyrell over for this. Tyrell was saying that
in question shuffles uncomfortably as King Tyrael approaches.
Tyrell will whisper to you, my guidance would be that our soldiers are better than that. And I think you know my stance on it at this point. What do you say?
Well, what appears to be the conflict here? Or have you caught me up on that?
Yeah, I'll catch you up on everything. And then I'll say my side, which is basically what's the name of the general that we're opposed to here? The other guy on the other end of this conversation?
Yeah, this is another major who will be hanging out in Bridgelight. The family name here is Euclid.
Euclid.
Major
okay.
Euclid.
I'll shake my hand and I'll put a hand on Anton's shoulder, and I'll say, surely here, the major from the family of Euclid wouldn't be stupid enough to have the citizens of one of the Gary brothers pillaged, killed, or in other ways tormented as we pass through the town. That would be one of the most foolish things imaginable. Of course, right, Major?
Of course not. We would never harass a surrendered town. If they've surrendered, they're under our protection. But, wartime is wartime, and there are certainly bandits and thieves about. We need to keep order. There are rules, laws to be followed, justice to be delivered when it's been called for.
What kind of justice are we talking about here?
Yeah.
The ordinary sort of justice, thieves imprisoned, murderers beheaded.
I nod and say law and order is important to keep, of course. I just want to remind you that these citizens will soon be your fellow citizens as well in our United Kingdom, and I would see to it that any murderer or bandit you find will be punished, whether they fly flags from our kingdom or from Mystria. So just ensure everybody is on their best behavior. I'm sure we agree on this matter.
Of course. Murder of citizens and the people is quite out. But if we find enemy spies, enemy soldiers hiding, we will, of course, deal with them appropriately. After all, these soldiers and spies have killed many of our own.
How do you know who's a soldier and who's a spy? We have evidence? Or is it just a gut feeling?
certainly you would need some form of evidence. You can't just kill people on gut feeling alone. That's reserved for nobles like yourself and I.
Send my message that I told you through the ranks. Anyone who is unwillingly harassing the citizens or committing murder will have to deal with me.
Of course. Of course. Good wisdom. Yes. He sort of fades into the background and will deploy his soldiers from there.
Good.
All right. A day and a half to Bridgelight. Occupation. Day and a half back to High Meadow. All goes
Was there
smoothly.
any fight at Bridgelight, or is it been pretty
There was
easy?
no fight. The people in Bridgelight will tell you that there have been monsters that do hang out on the bridge, and there are monsters in the lake that serve Scoria and do come out into the area from time to time. You didn't see any as you approached, but the people of Bridgelight tell you that the waters near Lake Edric, near the bridge, are haunted, cursed, infested. It's a problematic area for occupying forces.
One moment. We go back to High Meadow?
Yeah, you're leaving 200 people here. It should be fine.
Inside High Meadow, can I seek out, like... There's citizens around, yeah?
Yeah, totally.
I'll pull over a random lady. Oh, elderly would be appropriate.
Yeah, you find an old woman.
I'll ask her, how have the Dracissian soldiers been dealing with you? I speak in a Mystrian accent. Or I speak in Mystrian, sorry, I don't know about accent.
Yeah. She shakes her head. I've had very little. I try to avoid them as much as possible.
Have you heard anything? Have there been any unjust killings, etc.? Do you have any ideas?
The poor old woman looks upon the scarred and burned face of Anton McGarry, the dragon slayer who has long been a subject of propaganda within this kingdom of Mystria. Who knows what sort of things she's been told about you, truth or fiction. And she shakes her head quickly.
Anton is wearing his
my
mask,
lord.
I'd like to tell you that.
Sure, but she still knows who you
Yeah,
are when you come.
absolutely.
Like, there's absolutely, yeah. But she shakes her head and goes, "No, no, my lord, nothing but the finest from your men."
What do you want? I mean, I know what she's doing. All right, I'll dismiss her, I guess.
Yeah, it's hard to get honest opinions from the weak
Much
folk when
appreciated,
you're-
and I will hand her a bag of 100 gold.
Jesus.
Gee, yeah, that is quite a gift. She takes the money, and instantly, you know, it's all weighs a pound, right? It's all 50 coins, but she can feel the size of the coins is way small in this pouch when you hand it to her, and her eyes will go light, feeling that there's gold in here. She'll bow and scrape and kiss your boots, essentially, like literally dropping to her knees to kiss your boots as you.
I lift her up.
Okay. She hurries on her way, picking up her cart where she's hauling some possessions down the street, and is gone from view with many, praises of the "Thank you, Lord McGarry, thank you, High Cleric Anton." As she disappears.
What was up?
Okay. Well, it's this last night while you're here in High Meadow that Scoria sort of takes off again. And when you wake up,
She's dead.
when you wake up, her position is over the pocket. It's over near Wick Lamdo. She is arriving in the direction of the capital this evening. Or
Fine.
this morning, I should say, as we wake. And I think we'll break here.
Wait.
We'll come back on the other side.
Can we go for like 10 or 20 more minutes? I have I've got like
Yeah.
a hard call at about 6:10, I think, that I have to do for like 5 minutes.
Okay. What at 6?
I think at 6:10.
Are we out in 5 minutes, or just for a
No,
short
I
bit?
think he's saying
I
we
just,
need
I
to
just
think
have,
it's
I just
just
have,
for
I have
5
it'll
minutes.
take like 5 minutes. I just have to do a call.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
But
perfect.
it's scheduled for like 6:10 right now. Yeah, sorry, good.
Yeah. Well then, brothers McGarry, you're in High Meadow. Scoria steals a flight over you over the evening, and when you wake up, she's just outside of Wicthron Marenta. If ever there was a time to leave the army and go back to the capital, this is the moment. This is the moment when the bridge is supposedly safely guarded by your men. There's dangers there, but you've got 200 people that you left there. It should be fine.
It's a
right?
good point. She couldn't run.
If you're gonna go back, you've got teleportation rooms, towers, whatever you need. The place is defended. You've got 20 expert archers with magic arrows and magic bows. You've got Somber, who's guarding the keep in the castle with, her assistant and a couple of low-level clerics, and of course, other soldiers, some ballista. Shine's there.
We don't know if she has her teleportation changed. I think that the archers and Shine are there for a reason. We just let them
we're just stay the
continue on.
path. There's literally no reason.
Stay the path.
Yeah.
Are we sure?
Yep.
There have been
I'm a
plenty of
bit-
times that the path has been changed mid-course when there was
Not this time.
Nope, not with the McGarrys. You must be referring to another campaign. We steadfastly remain loyal to whatever plans we make, and they never go off course. So we will.
Okay, wait. Just I'm
Oh
just
my
gonna play devil's
God.
advocate. I'm just playing devil's advocate
Yeah.
slightly. If we can avoid a fight in the lair, she might not know that we've rigged the bridge. I mean, if she can't escape via teleport, maybe it's
She
a chance to.
must know.
What
that
if we
we've
fuck
rigged the
up or
bridge.
fumble somehow, and her and her wizard have something like? Here's like my thought process. Why would you ever re-engage in a losing battle? Why, like, let's say she re-engages. What's our plan? It's to do exactly what we did before. We're gonna cast haste on ourselves, and we're gonna chase her through the air. Why would she go into something that she knows she has no chance of winning?
Yeah.
And she has to know that the bridge is fucked.
Well,
So you're
maybe
saying
maybe
it's
she does, maybe she doesn't.
it's a-
But I'm just saying, like,
it's a
she's
ploy.
not. Yeah, she must have something ready that we haven't seen yet, right? So
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. Yeah.
So this is big.
Continue on.
This is not
Yeah,
to be
well.
trusted.
Yeah.
Best case, Scoria or Shine and the archers kill her.
Well, or drive her off and she's wounded and has to fly
Yeah.
back. I mean,
Continue on.
we should maybe be thinking about trying to catch her on the way back in. Right?
We
if
can't
she's
ever keep
wounded.
up with her.
Yeah, we can.
We can't.
Shine's faster than her.
Shine's not here.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I can keep up with her, but true.
Okay.
we're
You
just-
wake up in High Meadow.
True.
You can feel, Anton at least, that Scoria's right near the capital. Clearly you tell your brothers. Do you tell the queen? Do you tell the other assembled officers?
Tell the brothers. I don't think the other people need to know.
True.
Yeah. Okay. The march continues from High Meadow to the Dead River.
Is she still outside? I will scry on the city if I think that Scoria is over the city. If she's just.
I'll
in
tell
the
you if
woods,
she's
then I
over
won't
it,
spot
yeah.
her. Yeah.
Well, partway through that day, Anton keeps checking in. And as you are getting, just a few miles from the Dead River, which again is one of those days where from High Meadow to the Dead River is less than a day, so you're going to need your fabricate spells ready to go. Dead River's much smaller, especially at this point. You probably don't need 5. Who knows how many you will need, but probably not that many. But as you're approaching the Dead River, Anton will check in, and sure enough, the location you get back is Wicthron Marenta, Drekis, Arcadia.
I'll tell Imric to scry.
Yep. Okay. I get the crystal ball out and scry on the town square.
Totally
East Round
something you
Shine.
can do here. And this is one of those, let's take just a moment to look at what it would look like when you do this scrying, because it's bright out. It's the middle of the day, and as we mentioned, there's like some snow on the ground. There've been a couple other light snowfalls since then, so it's bright. All that sunlight reflects off the snow and sort of blinds everyone, and you need like a dark space for this crystal ball. So how do you do this? Do you like assemble a tent and bring people into the tent? Do you just like huddle down and toss a cloak over the crystal ball and bring your brothers under the cloak? Like, what is your
Yeah.
process for viewing this?
I think we get like
situation?
servants to hold like blankets around us. Right, so like the 3 of us can look at the crystal ball and they block out the sun.
So you don't
Yeah, like
quite
we're-
erect a temporary structure, but you like pull out tarps that you would use for your
Yeah, we
tents
just
or
get
whatever.
we just get a handful
Mm-hmm.
of people to block out the sun for us. I think it's we're surrounded by 20,000 soldiers. It's easy enough.
Yeah.
You don't stop the column to do this. You like just go off to the side of the road and let the army continue marching, and then you like hang out on the side. And so the army might see like this weird thing where these servants are like holding a cloak or a fabric tarp over you as the 3 of you huddle underneath. Officers watching, coming by, and taking a look, but realizing that you shouldn't be interrupted. Probably some soldier nearby telling people to not bother you while you're doing your things. Something like that.
True. Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. Sure enough, you can see. Where did you put the sensor of this spell?
In the town square.
Right. That's an area you know. It's a fixed point. And the sensor will look in whatever direction you want it to.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see in the town square, there's no people there. When you left Wicthron Renta, the town square was filled with people. It was the area where everyone was sort of piling and hiding. And now all the squatters' stuff is left behind. Their little tents, their carts with whatever gear they might have, any little bits of things, they're just on the ground, but the people are all gone. And as you look about,
I
you
see
can see
smoke.
You do. You do see smoke. You see smoke rising from well beyond the walls of Wicthron Renta. Clearly sections of the forest, probably some of that's from the North Grove, some of that's maybe from the area around the Pocket, just to the east, just to the west of Wicthron Renta. And as you gaze about the area, you will see two figures high on wing, way high up in the sky, well out of magic missile range and well out of archer range, circling each other and also the city. Shine and Scoria are clearly lining up for.
I will cancel I wave away the crystal ball and I'll change it to scry on Shine.
And so when we're scrying on a person, where would you like this sensor to be? You could say something like, 5 feet above Shine's head, or
yeah, I think like 10 feet above her head. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess Anton will say as you're doing this, Tyrell, do you think Imric should teleport back and help Shine?
Shine should be fine. We've got tons of archers there with magical arrows. She's already survived, with us out being here at all for years, and probably no magical arrows. So of course.
And Oxombar will be ready.
And Arxombar is there. Yeah, it would be.
Arxombar is gonna help. True.
It'd be unimaginable that something horrible could happen to Shine here.
Oxombar's level 14 or 13 or something. I mean, she's powerful.
True.
Yeah, she can fight.
Well, you can watch for an hour at a time with this crystal ball on Shine.
Yeah, I think that we probably would plan to not do it for as long, but I think we might get caught up in watching because it's so pivotal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What you will see is each dragon sort of climbing higher than the other, trying to gain the upper ground in the sky. A valuable thing. If you can attack from coming directly out of the sun, it's hard for your opponent to see you. You can score some points that way. Maybe get some bonuses to hit or penalties to enemies' AC. Followed by Scoria not even bothering to go invisible. Who needs to go invisible at this point for her? Sort of doesn't even serve her purposes. But at one point, she will do a direct dive, dropping as quickly as possible out of the sky, letting Shine take the high ground and making a streak right for the capital, right for a tower on the side of the castle. And as she heads in that direction, a lightning bolt will blast out of the tower at her.
Nice.
Killing her? Injuring her so much? She falls
Ring
in the
of
sky.
spell turning.
Oh,
only
gosh.
turning back a small portion of the bolt. A smaller bolt reflects off of her and strikes the castle, the wall.
Arxombar a dummy, because Anton would have said that, but yeah.
Well, you do what you do, right? When the dragon's coming at you, what are you supposed to do? Just hang out? I don't know. Maybe. And you'll see Scoria landing claws and wings and all things on this tower, which you can quickly recognize as Arxombar's tower specifically. Shine begins to dive after Scoria. Scoria opens up with dragon breath, finding a section of windows and just streaking down across the tower, melting stone, breathing fire into Arxombar's. Oh yeah, the ballistas went off during the dive. There was a whole flight path of arrows that scattered against her. A couple of them you saw stick into her. Some of the ballista attacks: natural 20 on the first ballista strike, natural 1 on the second, a natural 18 on the third,
Nice,
natural
that's some
5
hits
on the
there.
fourth, natural 12 on the fifth.
At 20 and an 18, that's going to do some damage.
Well, it should at least wear out her stone skins. All of these should be hitting stone skins, right?
A stone skin technically is gone the second like 50 people shoot arrows at her.
Yes.
The volleys of arrows quickly remove whatever stone skin she might have had. In fact, you don't even get to see her. You would have seen that her skin was red beforehand, before she even plummeted. So either her spell had already been worn off by earlier attacks that day, or she hadn't cast stone skin upon herself yet. And Shine dives after her, and very quickly the attack is over. Scoria's gone, teleported away, blinked away, somehow vanished from sight.
I check where she is.
But you do see the melted tower of Arc Somber sort of falling to pieces as Scoria vanishes and Shine collides with where Scoria would have been. You will check on the presence of Scoria, and you will see that she is in Vale, or the ruins of Vale, not at the bridge light.
Yep.
Vale is where?
Wait, hold on.
Right here.
Did Arcsomber just...
It's a ruined city.
Is Arcsomber dead?
Emmerich
No,
shrouded.
easy. She'll be in the tower, so she'll be protected from scrying. You try anyway. I try and scry on Arcsomber.
Fails.
Yeah, like she could be dead, or it's just because she's in the tower.
Well,
Rip.
We don't have time to worry about it. At least they fought Scoria off without doing too much damage to the city.
Okay, bye, Arcsomber.
that day,
Did we see her get
Arrive.
hit by Ballista as well?
yes. Well, there was a 20 and an 18. The 20 definitely hits. The 18...
Can we just see damage on a Ballista? I'm just curious what it does.
18 should hit as well.
It'll
I
be
think.
healed back. I'm just curious what it does.
I just gotta find my book.
Mhm.
Just checking if I've got any scrolls that might be able to get me in touch with Sombo. I don't think so.
Let's see. And 6. So it's only the 20 that hits. Even the 18 doesn't pierce her thick hide, according to the Thaco tables here. But the 20, which is not a crit, will do 21 damage to the dragon. And then there is a whole slew of arrows. There are 3 times, let's see, maybe most of them, but not all of them. So 13 times 3 is 36. Oh, I should have done greater than, because I think
is that the
they
damage she
need
took? She dead?
16s to hit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 hits?
7 hits? No, 8. 8 is the
Eight,
last one, so
eight,
16.
the last one.
6, 7, 8. Yeah. So that'll be 8d.
Don't forget the +1.
Plus
1
8
plus 7 from mastery.
Plus, she won't be close enough to get the damage from mastery. But there might be another +1 in there or something from other things, from like high strength or whatever. So another 40 some damage worth of arrows hitting her over the course of a few rounds while she
Nice.
dives.
Okay,
Its
nice.
fire.
I
Yeah,
like
so
to
we're
go
looking at
again.
like 62 damage,
Okay.
which, if we're looking at Scoria's little health bar over here, is not insignificant. That's a third of her HP that goes down in a couple of rounds before she gets the fuck out, before
True.
Shine collapses against her.
All right.
Nice.
We're going to take a break and we'll be back in like 7 minutes, I think, okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, cool. We'll be on the other side of the break.
You're back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tombs of Scoria. Our party has made it to the Dead River. We've seen the battle between Scoria and Shine at Wicthron Rorenta. We've seen the castle take a hit. We've seen Ark Somber's tower get melted by dragonfire, but we don't have time to worry about these things. We're here. We're just outside of Scoria's lair. So midday, you pop out of your tent, out of your temporary shelter. You get back to your horses. Imric, your horse here has always been a little bit spooked of you. You know, it's always been a little bit hard to control. It's a nice horse. You know, it's a top quality horse.
Yeah.
But it has always sort of like, you know, shied away from you and had been a little bit temperamental. I'm telling you this now just in case we run into any combat issues. I want you to be pre-warned that your horse is...
You're dead, bro.
Fine. Yeah.
I'm giving you some jimmies.
Wait, I don't understand. What is it? Why? What? Did I miss something?
Just my soul's all fucked up, I guess.
Okay.
Whatever.
We've been like riding these horses for a while. We all have proficiencies in
it's
horses.
fine.
Okay.
You have proficiency.
You're saying that
so
it
no
might cause a problem in combat if I'm trying to do something fancy.
I'm just saying that you might have a higher percentage chance of needing to roll a horseback riding check to do something heroic.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
5-letter word. First letter W. Last letter Y. Sorry.
You come to the Dead River. The bridge is out here, just like at Evermund. It's not a huge bridge. It only takes 2 fabricates to build something stable enough to bring wagons and the army across. You can see the old stone has had the center causeway collapsed, and then some of the extra supports, and there's some supplies around. You can use the stones in the river to rebuild it as a stone bridge with 2 castings. Not a problem. And you've already taken all your spells to do this for the day, right?
Yeah, well, if I don't know how many it's going to take, I'll do the same thing and give up the 5 slots. If I have an idea that it's going to be less, then...
Right. You set out earlier this morning from High Meadow, so you would have had all 5 slots that you would, you know, open for Fabricate to cross the bridge.
Yeah, okay.
It only takes 2 to build
That's
the
fine.
bridge.
Yeah, okay. So I've got some spare fabricates today.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm missing some other spells.
Yeah. Your army crosses the bridge and starts to head through the plain towards... Where exactly are we headed towards here?
Well, we know we're going to be fighting in the Wormwood, so we're just heading to the Wormwood for now. We're assuming that the entrance is the summit of the Ruby River, right?
Have we not got the entrance from like a spy or from King Gilder?
Well, King Gilder has never visited Dragon's Peak.
I think we follow the banks of the Ruby River into the mountains through the Wormwood, and assume that that's the main entrance.
It shouldn't be hard to find, right?
You know, we watched Scoria. Like, does she get back into the mountains from Vale without flying to here?
Wow, that's a great question. You will indeed see Scoria in her dragon form, probably later that afternoon, once you are on the other side of the Dead River and Anton's checking in. He'll tell you that Scoria is near Dragon Peak, and as you look into the sky, if the clouds part in the right way, you might be able to see her entering in through the top of her lair. But it looks like the day is too cloudy and you can't actually see Scoria herself. But Anton can, you know, locate her in the sky above Dragon Peak and then entering in from somewhere there.
Yeah,
I think the plan is to clear out the Wormwood right now, right?
Yeah, I think so. We're assuming that there's monsters here. There's like these anti-teleport, anti-invis things as well that I think we should smash. Like, we should at least make an area that we can teleport to. Build a teleportation platform here. Like properly get things situated. Control the Wormwood with our army. Make sure Norton's coming in or out this front entrance.
Agreed.
True.
While you're discussing these plans and the army is crossing the bridge and moving forward and getting to a good spot to approach the Wormwood, you're going to hear a series of alarm whistles echoing from the long column. And for a moment here, let's just talk about what it's like to march an army of 20,000 people across the countryside. If you were to stand 20,000 people shoulder to shoulder and just stretched out in a single line that way. It would be about 7.5 miles long. Now, when an army marches, they don't march shoulder to shoulder. You march one in front of each other with a little bit more space, but you don't also march single file. You can do a double or a quadruple file line to go down these hills and roads. So, the army length is pretty long. And even if you try and pack people on the sides in order to compact it as much as possible, it's still like a pretty long unit of people. It's not like everyone crosses in 5 minutes and then moves on. The whole army crosses the bridge over the course of an hour or something like that. And it's while you're on the other side, you hear these alarm bells, these whistles being blown from the back of the column. Clearly, there is some sort of attack. There's some sort of raid. There's some sort of problem that has called the security of the army into question, echoing from the back of the line. And the three brothers are standing together, looking at the Wormwood, trying to decide how best to approach it when you hear this. And this is the first time your army's been in any sort of danger since you've marched. It's actually been a really easy, painless journey here. No one's gotten in your way. It's already a ruined kingdom. It's been a cakewalk. So when you
stay
first
in the
hear,
front, I think.
you're not going to worry about it?
Oh,
No,
I think
I will
one of
worry
us
about
should
it.
go.
Yeah, I'll go.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll stay in the front. I think we keep
Yeah.
one of us in the front at least.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll go halfway down the line as well, though.
So Anton stays in the front, Imric goes to the mid, Tyrael goes to check out the rear.
I do go
Yeah.
to check out the.
Yeah.
Woohoo, yeah.
Galloping on your horse down the pathway, you will see that the river is swollen. It is like engulfed. It's like someone has knocked down a dam and a huge flood of water that was stored upriver has come bursting down and sort of ripped through the Deadwood River. Sorry, the Dead River, knocking over the recently reconstructed bridge, stranding a small segment, maybe like you have, what is it, like 5%, maybe like 1,000 men, maybe like 1,000 men on the backside of the river, maybe a little bit less than that, are stranded on one side as this
that's not
torrent
good.
of water and debris knocks down the bridge.
I think you have extra casting.
Yeah.
And as you're getting the lay of the land here with this torrent of water and debris, you can see coming out from the woods on the other side of the river, on the north side, there seem to be these streaming of little black dots on the edge of the woods coming towards the
Stranded
road
men.
here.
How many? What is the division of our army? Like, is it cut in half, or is it like 10% crossed, or what?
It's 95% have crossed, 5% are on the other side.
So 95% are on the north side, where the army.
95% are on your side, or on the the east side of the river. 5% are on the west side, not having crossed over yet.
Wait, can you show me the map where this is exactly, just so I can understand?
Yeah, right here.
Okay, hold on. My brain is malfunctioning. Oh wait,
95%
no.
are on
I
the
understand why my brain
cliff.
is malfunctioning. Okay, because I thought the brown line was the river, but that's a path. The river is the blue line. Sorry. Okay.
Right.
So 95% have crossed to the east, 5% are stuck to the west, and now we see monsters approaching.
Yeah, what looks to be a few hundred orcs or something like that streaming out of the forest to the north, and backing up those 300 orcs, some hundred orcs, appear to be a pack of trolls, like 24 trolls or something like that. And at the edge of the woods, hoisting up large rocks, are 5 mountain giants.
Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Now, you've got 1,000 men on the other side of this river. And if it was just your 1,000 men against those few hundred orcs, it'd be a pretty fair fight. You would definitely have the upper hand. But with the trolls and with the mountain giants who are able to hurl rocks from such great distances, those 1,000 men on the other side are in some trouble.
I'm going to run up to both brothers and I'll ask them what spells they have that we can use to. You said that like the river has surged, basically, right?
Now, going back to the other brothers, the column is long, as we mentioned before. It's probably only maybe like a mile long or half mile long, but it's still a big column. So you'll like race away. You'll catch Imric halfway down the column, maybe a third of a mile down from where you are.
My
and catch
speed
up
is
with
24.
him.
I'm very fast. I should be able to run this pretty quickly, right?
You're also on a horse.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're on a
fuck, I'm
horse.
on a
So the
horse.
horse has got 24 movement speed. Yeah, you gallop that distance in just moments.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a minute or two to get there.
Okay. Yeah, I'll. In the middle is Imric. Did you say you're the one that came halfway down, or was it Anton?
Yeah, I came halfway.
Imric. Yeah, I'll ask Imric. I'll say, hey, the river is surging. The previously fabricated bridges are what? Are they destroyed or just covered with water?
Broken apart. Yeah,
They're broken apart.
destroyed.
Is the river still surging, or is it done surging now?
When you last set eyes upon it, it was still surging.
Okay, yeah, I'll let him know. Surging river, bridge is broken, monsters approaching. What do we do?
I can fix the bridge or I can fight.
Well, we can't fix the bridge if the water's still surging. I imagine it's gonna continue to destroy the bridge, right?
Okay. Then let's go. I mean, should we get Anton?
Are we gonna
should we leave
fight? What was it? 100 plus things, plus trolls, plus.
We can kill the giants. Let the men kill the trolls and the orcs.
Why not? We can kill the giants. I'll gallop forward and I'll go get Anton.
All right, the three of you are gathered together at the head of the column. Anton's keeping an eye on things. Everyone's a little bit nervous from the whistling, but keeping their shit together. You know, the column is still marching forward.
Nope.
It's starting to spread out a little bit.
I don't want them to march forward. I want to call back. I want to call back our army as much as possible. Where is Scoria right now?
Scoria is in her mountain.
Dragon's Peak. Okay, the token is correct. I want to call back half of our archers to the dead river so they can support us from that half, and then we'll bring our army back to hug the river.
Okay. The army,
okay,
the words start getting sent out. Messengers start riding back and forth. Archer patrols are hurried to the back of the river. Other soldiers move forward to make room for them. The three of you are having issued those orders. Do what together?
Okay, just want to point out, I've stone skinning people. Us three every day. I've got 3 on my spell list. I haven't said it, but
I've been imagining you do that
Yeah,
the
yeah.
whole march forward.
yeah. I think I can cast fly on the 3 of us that we can get across the river. So if we take 4 minutes, I can cast fly on us all, and I can cast haste on us, and I think we just go and fly up to the giants and fuck them up.
That's fine, sure.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Yep. 3 minutes to cast fly on the party, and 4th minute, 5th minute, 6th
haste.
minute, 7th minute. Oh, haste, and then everyone can fly across the river. You'll
Yep.
be here, maybe 10 minutes after the battle has started. The orcs and the trolls have already engaged the main force of men who are quickly setting their spears, drawing their swords. The cavalry that remains behind is looking for a good spot to come in and hit the orcs from the sides. As the 3 brothers McGarry head over the river towards the edge of the forest, where these giants, the trees are coming up to the giants' necks, maybe, and the giants like picking up piles of rocks here, probably stored in advance. This is probably some sort of pre-devised trap with ammunition ready for them, and hurling them across the open plain towards where your army is like setting their spears against the orc hordes. Not really concerned about whether they hit orcs or humans or everything together. These giants are lobbing boulders that do.
What is the range of the boulder lob?
Pretty far.
It's actually surprisingly far. It is giant mountain.
I think we're gonna, if we're gonna do this seriously, and it's not an easy escape, I think we need tokens. I need to see like a battlefield so we can start discussing what we're gonna do. Because right now we can't just sit here because they can just infinitely throw rocks at us. I don't know if the enemy army is going to engage us while they're throwing rocks, or if they're just going to sit back and defend the trolls.
We have fly. We can just fly over the army and go to the trolls. Or go to the.
But no, we can't do that if all of them are around the trolls. Us 3, even though we're strong, probably don't want to fight 100 plus enemies at once, right?
No, so you got the orcs and the trolls engaging your men in melee.
Yeah,
and then the
but that's what
giants
I'm-
in the trees with the gap.
That's what I'm
I'll
asking.
get you a map.
Yeah, because if the enemy army is coming forward, then we're going to go engage the trolls. But if the enemy army is staying to defend the trolls, then we can't do that. We'll have to send our army forward.
You
right?
mean the giants, right?
the giants? Yeah, sorry,
The
giants.
giants are lobbing. Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds like the enemy army is currently engaging our army, and the giants are in the trees lobbing rocks.
If that's the case, then we go forward to the giants. We're gonna fuck them up.
We fly to the
1,000,000%.
giants and we kill them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Neil, you want to look at Potion of Giant Strength is the table you're looking for, which is a weird place for it to be, but that's where it is.
That's also on the giant entry table. Usually.
Oh, is it?
That's what you
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, mountain giants can do like 250 yards of throwing range.
Oh, okay.
So they're in mass combat, and we fly over to kill the giants.
Yeah, and then we can come in the rear and fuck up the trolls if they're still
Yeah,
alive,
I'll
but-
do a conjure animals and I'll handle it.
200 yards, yeah. Okay, let's get a tree line for us here. And let's get our giant token.
I'd like to announce that I will be using the great sword of sharpness for this fight.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excellent. So the giants are going to be near the bottom of this area, right near the edge of the tree line, and they're sort of scattered like this, just about. You're here. You can be right there, and you're right over here. And let's get our player characters too. And you're entrusting your men to deal with orcs and trolls on their own.
The men that have like a fuck ton of magic gear and countless hours of
so.
training and fighting against Scoria.
And the archers we brought forward to shoot over.
Oh,
Yes, we entrust them.
absolutely.
Yeah, you got 1,000 soldiers down there.
Oh, yeah.
They should be able to handle a few hundred orcs and 24
Handful of trolls.
Bare minimum, it'll
Arcadia's
take a bit,
finest
but yeah.
soldiers, yes, across the continent.
Okay. So we will put you as coming in probably from this bottom corner too. And Impric is here with us.
Yep.
Is Impric normally visible or normally invisible?
He's normally invisible, and he's normally not an imp either. Like, I think in this situation, he's just a raven on a tree branch.
Okay. An invisible raven on a tree branch. Is this part of that, like keeping the kingdom looking
Keep
pretty?
him secret. Yeah, and like, you know, only in the most dire of circumstances is his melee attack going to make a difference. Like, it's just not worth him unveiling himself.
Right. All right. You do 1d4 plus 7 for 1d4 plus 8 for your stone skin?
7.
Okay.
I'm going to be casting a spell the first turn.
What?
Okay. Well, the first turn we need to define as when you come within, let's call it 100 yards of the. When you get to the edge of the river, and that puts the ogres at about 100 yards from you, not the ogres, the mountain giants.
All right, we got to make
About
a call
100
on how
yards from
many rounds of haste are left.
If you hasted and then flew, it would have been. What's your fly speed? 18?
18, yeah.
So that would have been 1, 2, 3 rounds of flying to get here.
Okay,
Can I cast a
it's
spell
got 15 rounds
before
left.
Nice.
I want to be 1 round back from the party because I casted a spell near the giant army fight. Is that okay?
Sure. So you're going to be 1 round behind the party. We'll just have you come in next.
Unless
What
they
spell
want to
did you
wait
cast?
around. But yeah, I'm going to cast Conjure Animals. I'm going to cast randomly. So it's going to be 26 hit dice worth of creatures, and I'm going to tell the creatures to attack the trolls.
Damn.
Okay, so this is going to be like when you were in the air over the river, you can cast this on the other side.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Conjure animal. Alrighty. We're gonna do one of these. And how many hit dice do you get when you conjure randomly?
Should be double, so 26.
26.
It's going to be mammals. If that makes a deal.
Yes. You will summon cave bears. Those are 8 hit die creatures, and you will summon 3 nasty cave bears. Cave bears are not your ordinary little bears here. We're not talking about like brown bears or black bears. Cave bears have 8 hit dice, and their claws attack at plus 7 to hit, and they do D8 on a hit with a claw, D12 with a bite, and if they hit with 2 claws, they also hug and rend for an additional 2d6 damage. I'm sorry. Yes. Actually, if it hits with an 18 or better, it hugs for another 2d8 damage. They will continue to fight for d4 melee rounds after reaching 0 hit points, not dying until they hit -9 or d4 rounds have passed after they have died, essentially.
Just fuck shit up.
And they will immediately charge the trolls and engage them and rip them to shreds. But you will be 1 round behind our heroes here. So let's start off our quick It's only 5 mountain giants. You can
Only
do
5
this, right?
mountain giants. Easy.
So easy.
Initiative.
Yeah. You know, once upon a time, 5 mountain giants would have been
That's a
a
deadly.
nigh
need the-
impossible encounter.
We need the Trolleroos, Corvo. That's what we really need out here.
They've killed too many people. We can't bring them back again.
Minusing 2 for haste.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
just
not in the-
unleashed
I'm
3
not there.
cocaine bears.
Yeah.
Why am I not in the initiative order?
You didn't have your
Because
Oh.
token clicked?
I did. I did.
I think it might be lagging.
Oh. I'm here twice.
Well,
Yeah.
Oh shit. There we
Roll
go.
20
Sorry.
has encountered some
Issues
issues
in
in
the
the
past.
past. Yeah,
Yeah.
some, just a couple here and there.
A handful.
It's not that big of a deal. So -2 on the initiative will be 5 for you. Anton is out of this round of combat because he's 1 round behind. And you guys are all gonna roll.
Did Nick recharge his casting of his staff?
Oh, I don't know, Neil. Did I? Recharge the Staff of Thunder and Lightning. I don't think I did because I don't think I learned the spell I needed to do it. Did I?
I don't think so.
No.
Important for me to know to keep track of your.
Yep. You're keeping track.
Okay, and these should all be actually 3 later, so this should be 11, 11, 14, 17, 12. There we go. Tyrael, you are very first. Flying in, overhead, you can move 100 yards and still make your attack. Not a problem. I think you can get to anywhere you want on the battlefield. But these mountain giants certainly see the flying McGarry brothers appear. And if they are servants of Scoria attacking your army, they must know who you are and must have some knowledge of what your capabilities are. They certainly stop hurling their rocks at the army as the 3 flying men appear.
Obviously. I guess, can I just come down to the ground and attack this guy right here?
Certainly. The mountain giant, turns to face you as this flying swordsman appears before his head, grabbing his club from the nearby forest floor, and prepares to engage the man.
34?
Easy hit. You clear by 18, so a single crit.
I believe it's D12s because it's a large creature, right?
Yes.
Jesus, is that right?
Yeah, that's just a really good blow. It's like a third of his life in a single shot.
And then I will take another slash with my dagger. So no AC, whatever that is. Is that a double crit?
That is indeed. Yep. You will do 3d3
Three.
plus
6, I think.
3. 6,
Plus
yeah.
6,
Something like that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Your
Should
haste
your
as well,
Moonblade
but
have done higher damage? It only had +6 on the end of it.
they're both +5 weapons.
They're both +5 weapons, yeah.
Oh, for some reason I was thinking Ephon was a +3 weapon. No, it's perfect. Yeah. 13 damage with a slash on the dagger across the chest of this creature after your sword hacks deeply into his shoulder. The mountain giant is, bleeding profusely from the open wounds on his body. You are hasted, so I think we're doing an extra sword attack for you now, and then your last 2 at the end of the round.
Sure.
Is
22?
that what we were doing before?
Yeah, I
Nick?
think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Is
Yeah.
that
22 is a graceful hit.
Oh, okay.
Minimal damage. Imric.
So how many shots? Am I just doing half now, half at the end?
Because you're firing your bow, rapid fire?
Yeah, 16 shots I'm doing here.
Jesus. Yeah, go ahead and take your 8 shots.
I look for a good branch on a tree to stand on. So like here, basically. And then I'm going to shoot the one that Tyrael's fighting. So 8 shots. I'm just going to roll to see what my bonus to hit is here. So this doesn't count, okay?
Sure.
Doesn't
Sure.
count.
So it's plus 15.
All right.
So what do I need? What do I need to hit, Neil?
You need a 1. Well, technically a 2.
Okay.
All hits.
There's going to be some
on
crits in there as well, right?
10s or higher are crits. 20s are double crits. So
Okay,
Legolas.
so we've got 1 double and 4 single crits.
Yep.
And then
3 regular hits.
5 normal
14.
hits.
14d6 plus static bonuses. Is that right?
Yeah, just checking what my static bonuses are. That's +2, so it's...
Are all of your hits
14.
going into that guy, or when you notice he drops, are you gonna move him?
Yeah, I'll move them, but we can work it out, right?
Yeah. You can work it
Yeah,
out.
I also think, yeah. Go ahead.
18
He could just rapid fire it into him, you know.
Yeah, well, you're definitely gonna overkill this creature by about half. So
It's probably so fast that I can't switch
agree.
it. Maybe. Do you think?
Yeah,
we'll
divide
the other
half the damage. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's say 41 damage will get split off onto the next person as a flight of arrows will shatter into, 2 people in a row. 41 over here.
Maybe
Yeah.
Imric's the OP one now.
True.
Our next giant over here picks up one of their stones with their head above the trees. They're going to hurl it at where Imric is on this branch. Now you've got stone skin, so this rock probably won't even do anything against you,
displaced
right?
self. Actually,
Oh, he's displaced. He's on the other tree. Quickly.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm on a different tree. dude.
What's the range of displaced self? Is it greater than?
Okay, it's like
5
2.
feet?
Yeah, it's probably still not going to work.
Yeah, I think that the rock that he's hurling at you is large enough that displacement won't affect it. 1d20 plus 15. As a 32,
a
it
hit.
certainly will strike you. And thrown rocks don't hurt you when you've got stone skin, right?
No.
Falls from great heights don't hurt you with stone skin, right? It's just fine.
I think we've said in the past that falls would work, but this is definitely an attack.
No, this is just a regular melee attack. So you'll lose your first of your stone skin charges, which I have gracefully
Yeah, like
rolled over here.
giants throwing giant rocks like aren't a great counter to stone skin.
That's actually absolutely terrible. What you want are packs of kobolds with little knives.
You want 5 giants plus 10 kobolds, right?
You have the 10 kobolds to go with knives and attack first.
Like kobolds with darts that get like 4 shots around.
Mm-hmm.
Remove stone skin from the fucking game.
It's a tough spell, isn't it? It needs
Just make it caster only. Just make it caster only.
Caster only would be good too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That seems fair.
Yeah, okay, so Imric started with 8. So you drop one. It's just a regular old hit here. Would otherwise have done huge damage. What's your AC's 30, right?
No.
No.
It's
29?
25, I think.
Okay, it wouldn't have crit you, but it would have done minimal
Good
damage
damage.
anyway. It would have been a glancing blow. Our next ogre buddy is just going to take his club and stomp right over to Imric McGarry, hurling his club or swinging his club in your direction with a natural 20.
Now, I think that one does get displaced, I would say. I don't think a giant is immune to displace with its melee attack. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I would say that should be displaced. It's a first
I'll give it a
attack.
50% chance because a club is pretty big, and so maybe it would
Okay.
swing across an
That's
arc
fair.
or whatever. Call high or low.
Aye.
Yeah, it misses. It's completely displaced. No stone skin charges lost on you here. The one against him is already dead. Whoops, that's the wrong giant. We lost one.
Get a
Okay.
family.
They all had families. The next giant is going to just come on over, and these two are going to stomp in the direction of Tyrael. I'm going to move the dead body out of the way. And they will take alternating turns, striking at you with clubs. Tyrael, 28, 18. I believe that... Will the 28 hit you? Not even.
Nope.
Not even. Tyrael takes no stone skin losses whatsoever.
No,
As the
Scott,
giants
Scott.
will.
No. Stones.
Oh, really?
And all
Stone skin,
attacks.
yeah.
All
Yeah,
attacks.
those are
Those
gone.
charges.
Right. All right, you lose 2 stone skin charges as the ogres wail on your location as you flit about in the air. And second attack's Tyrael.
Both of these are main hand. Guy above me. Does that hit?
Hit.
Cool.
Yep. 16
15.
AC. 15 damage is almost a kill. Not quite.
Second swing. 26. 17.
And with the sword hacking through the skull of the mountain giant, it splits. Brains fall. Ogre
Cool.
falls. Tyrael flies.
Next turn.
Imric, you're
Yep.
now engaged in melee with this guy. Now you can fly, you could probably hop off your branch, fly away, take an attack of opportunity, and make the rest of your bow shots. But you're not necessarily going to be able to make them in melee here with him.
Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I'll fly away onto this tree and take an attack of opportunity.
Yep.
Which misses.
It misses, but knocks off a stone skin anyway.
Yeah, knocks off a stone skin. And then I do my 8 shots. 19, is that a crit? Probably.
Probably,
You
yeah.
said 20 last time it was a crit.
So... No, but you said 20 is a crit, but 19's got to be a crit as well.
I think 19 and 18 will crit as well. I think all of them.
Yeah. So we've
So
got...
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
15.
13, 14, 15, 14.
Don't think it's gonna matter. This guy is fucking dead. 67 damage.
Is it
maybe
this
it's not
one
that.
that's down here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's enough that you put, what was it, 8 arrows in his body, and they're all, clever shots. One's in this artery, one's in the neck, one's in the face, one's through the head, one's in the chest, one's in the groin. The ogre, the mountain giant, crumbles under the withering fire and collapses to the ground, leaving us with 2 mountain giants and initiative round.
Anton comes in this round.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget
An
to
8.
-2 from your initiative.
Oh,
Oh, true.
not a 6. You'll have to put me on the thing. I'm not there.
Dumbass. Oh shit, me too, because I'm a dumbass. Oh no, never mind.
There you go. Alrighty. It's fast. Anton flies in.
I
Head overhead.
charge at the giant in the back. I don't know if you want to do a mechanical charge or not. I have
It's fine.
so 3 attacks now. 2 with the spear, 1 with the sword.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here you go. 1 hit,
Hit.
2
Hit.
and then the
Crit,
sword
actually,
of
clears by 10.
sharpness.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it? It's a crit,
Sword of
but I don't think I
Sharpness
get
is a
on.
crit. No, but it's a very large creature, so... Don't think the Sword of Sharpness will come to play.
So that's what 4, 6, 7, 8, like 10d4 plus whatever.
Hit.
Crit.
Wait, 10d4. Oh, for the spear, yes. It'll be
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6...
It's gonna be 64 and then
64 plus the
2d12.
Sword of Sharpness, which will be 2d12.
I think
Yeah.
so. So here is the damage for the double crit, 17, and then the Sword of Sharpness is gonna be 1d12. Here's the damage for that. 13. Did that crit at a 30?
The 30 on the
Yeah.
Sword of Sharpness is a crit, yes.
Yeah. Okay, 15.
So,
Nice.
32
Not bad.
points of damage, exactly half of the mountain giant's life. With your first volley of attacks, Tyrael, you're already in melee with this mountain giant, who is clearly, he just sees all of his friends die immediately. His whole family is wiped out in the matter of a minute. 27.
First one is a
hits,
double
crits. Yep, 36 is a double crit.
That much damage for hit 1.
Mm-hmm.
This much damage for hit 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then slash with a dagger.
A double crit as well. Yeah, this mountain giant does not stand a chance against you. Imric, it's your turn. You've got
Yeah, I'll
8
do my
shots.
first. I do my first 8 shots against this guy.
Mhm.
Oh, one of
I'm
them missed.
sure.
1, 2, 3, 4,
4,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, yes.
51 damage to him.
Yeah, it's an overshooting. Between Tyrael's sword and your bow, it's just plunged full of arrows and collapses to the ground.
And then I'll fly over here for my second set of shots later.
Mm-hmm. I do believe this giant will get its turn before you do that, and it will take one mighty swing.
Oh, well, I think I get my movements on my turn, but yeah.
Yeah, but it'll still get its attack.
Yeah.
I
30.
am not displaced.
A beautiful strike against Anton, knocking off
It's a hit.
one of his stone skin charges. Clearly, the
Stone
force of the impact doesn't hurt Anton, but it does send him tumbling a little bit. And he will recover himself from the mighty blow. No problems, not a scratch upon him before Anton murders the shit out of him.
Emmerich
Yeah,
can.
okay.
Yeah, but I think Anton goes first, and we'll get his second attacks.
I think Anton was gonna hesitate here because I was genuinely thinking about letting this guy go, but I know that they're gonna murder them.
Okay.
So it's fine.
All
Anton
right.
hesitates.
So Anton hesitates. Imric does not, and the mountain giant gone. 5 mountain giants, a huge force to be reckoned with in under any ordinary circumstances. Creatures with creatures with plus 15 to hit, 84 HP, that deal to your ordinary men damage on the order of 4d10 plus 10 on a hit, or 2d10 for hurling rocks.
We are no ordinary men.
Yeah,
This would
the
be a
reason-
devastating fight for basically any D&D
Yeah.
party.
The reason Anton hesitates is because he's like flying in, and then he sees like in a minute, everyone is dead, but like one of them. So
Well, but why would we hesitate? They're trolls, right? They don't have like feelings or.
they're giants. We've
Or
met with
giants.
giants. We've talked to giants.
Oh, fuck 'em.
We're friends with
You have giants who work for you. Yeah.
Oh, they should.
had
Are we seeing a little bit
still
of
alive.
humanity here out of Anton?
Well, don't say humanity. We don't have any humans. Okay, it'd be giantanity, and you know what? We don't care about giants here.
We're seeing some empathy for creatures who are obviously beneath him.
Yeah. Well, the giant battle is over quickly. You can turn your attention back to the other ranks, the cave bears and the warriors standing their own against the ogres and the orcs and the trolls. Are you going to intercede on their behalf or let them mop that up on their own?
No, I think we'll do. I at least go to help. Yeah, kill the trolls.
Yeah, of course.
Just,
If
a
they're
troll can probably
actively
kill like a lot
attacking
of
and
soldiers.
whatnot, yeah.
Yeah, as you arrive near the scene of the battle, you'll see that the orc charge is met head to head by brave soldiers. Orcs are a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, a little bit tougher than humans, and these orcs have been like trained, living under Scoria for a long time. So they're exceptional quality soldiers, but your men are armed in the finest of gear. They've got the discipline, they've got the training, they've got the spears set to receive charges, so they can manage the orcs no problem. The trolls, though, they are nasty creatures. They don't really worry about feeling pain. They regain 3 HP per round. They can shred armor fairly quickly. They got these long arms that can just like reach past the spears and grab people out of ranks, disrupting lines and crushing their heads.
Are the
I don't
bears
think we need
fucking
to.
up?
Yeah. Well, the 3 cave bears that show up immediately just like rampage cocaine style on a single troll and rip it to shreds before moving on to the next troll, and then that troll like begins to reformulate itself before soldiers come and hack it to bits, trying to keep it down, dragging it into different pieces, chucking some of them in the river, keeping the troll down. We don't need to roll the dice. I'm just gonna do if the party has helped taking out the mountain giants and reinforces with the trolls, then we're going
about
to say
11
it
minutes.
is- Yeah. We're going to lose D6 men per minute, essentially, under these conditions. And I think the battle will be over pretty fast. So just about 50 people are ripped apart. And then another, 45, 50 wounded after this. But it's
Seems
a fast
legit.
battle.
I will then go to reforging the bridge once the water settles down.
It takes another 10, 15 minutes. The water slowly begins to settle down. It won't actually fully go back to the level it was before for a long time, but it will get, below the point of problematicness after 20 minutes.
I mean, I only really need to get the rest of the men over. If it collapses again, then so be it.
Wait, can you
doesn't
get
get
him over? Okay, I was gonna say, we have rings of water walking. We can just pass it out and pass it around.
Yeah.
But that'd be a long time, I guess, for 1,000 people.
It's an easy enough thing. And with the last obstacle and the first and only attack on your army, as you make it here, we find ourselves perched at the edge of the Wormwood. Your scouts can tell you that, sure enough, the same things that your spies have replied are here. There's large pockets of goblins scattered throughout the Wormwood. There's supposed to be an orc camp and a goblin camp in here as well. And there are clearly some sort of little things set up, little figures, these metal structures that contain gems within them that, in theory, are anti-invisibility or anti-teleportation wards set up through the Wormwood. Now, no
I think
one
we
knows...
collect them and have them sent back to Victor and Aranta.
Okay, so you just if you see these things, just pick them up and bring them back to the army. There's not a need to be careful about these magical structures or items. There's no. It's just grab the things and bring them here. They're in the army. If goblins and orcs can walk amongst them, it must be safe for our people. Sort of mentality.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, how dangerous can it be? It's a crystal. It's not going to kill anyone.
Base.
Yeah, certainly it's not trapped or warded or cunning ploys.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think in the first case, I'll detect magic on it. I might be the one to move it, but assuming that it doesn't blow up, then I think.
After the first one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, at the edge of the wood, sure enough, you see these little almost like caltrops-looking structures with the 3 feet and the one spike above them, with these metal bars all the way around them, and in between all the metal bars is some sort of suspended crystal hanging out there in a way that it would be hard to break the crystal from the outside, well protected, and yet you can still have a clear line of sight to it for its effect to work and spread.
Are these the crystals that lady was talking about back there, or no?
Yeah, maybe. These are so at least some of these are apparently anti-invisibility. Some are anti-teleport.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you get them in hand.
I think even if we don't clear them all out, we definitely want to clear out one area and build a teleport stand there and have that as a place that we can teleport to and from.
Yeah, well, I mean, we need to go back and get Shine eventually, so...
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, but we'll fly with Shine, but...
Fly with her back?
Wait, can't we teleport Shine here with us?
We can't
You can give her
teleport.
the
She's
ring.
too heavy. She's too heavy. Oh, I can
If
give
she
her
has
the
the
ring.
ring.
Yeah, but she's never seen the teleport spot, so...
Sure, but she has project self. Or astral projection or whatever.
She could project self. Yeah, I suppose.
Or you can teleport
Maybe
back,
it's
let her
later
look in the
if you
crystal
need, she
ball.
can-
There should be a million
you can
ways.
scry.
For it.
Yeah, we can handle that.
Well, as your army is here, you still have a few hours left in daylight. People begin to make camp close enough to the river to get water, far enough away from the river that if something like this happens again, they're not going to get swept downriver. Scouts begin to spread out across the woods. Some headed all this way as far as Crownhold to make sure that there's nothing sketchy going on.
Yeah.
Nadinus still blesses your march with a gentle snowfall, keeping eyes out for invisible folks here or there, also making it hard for you to sneak up on people in invisibility.
We think it's actually the gods at this point intervening, or is it just it just happened to snowfall? Does Nadinus, I guess I'm asking more of a philosophical Anton question. Would Nadinus control every single weather pattern that is happening?
She can control these things, but these things also happen according to their own patterns that she has devised. So this is going to be one of those markers of faith. If you are a worshiper of the gods, then this is a sign that the gods are on your side and they believe in your cause. And if you are a skeptic who doesn't believe in any of this shit and you think that the gods don't give a fuck about you, then it's just ordinary snow and everyone else is being superstitious. You would need a cleric of Nadinus who's strong enough to actually know that the truth of this matter, because there is an answer. But it's one of those unknowable things unless you are a cleric of Nadinus. A strong cleric of Nadinus. How do you feel about it, Anton? As the most faithful of the men here, is Nadinus coming down and helping you? Is this her vengeance against Scoria for burning huge sections of forest and rivers and towns and cities and plains? Does Nadinus want Scoria gone? Is she helping
Bare
you?
minimum, she's not hindering us. So I think Anton takes that with a bit of happiness for all the wrong he feels like he's done to her clerics. He's happy about that.
Tyrael, you're
think
not
you
much
never know. Yeah.
of a man of the gods. When you hear this chatter about the blessing of Nadinus here to stave off invisible wizards, what do you think of it?
I mean, I feel a little bit okay, but I mean, obviously he believes in the gods because we've fucked with enough of them at this point, or at least demigods. But I mean, yeah, I guess he thinks it's cool, but he kind of
Do you think
views.
it's actually Nadinus, or do you think this is actually some minor form of divine intervention, or is this just the talk of the low people who don't know any better?
It feels like, I think in Tyrael's mind, the gods kind of feel like you're a gladiator, I guess, in the middle of an arena in a coliseum, and the gods kind of watch, and maybe every now and then they'll throw something at you to either help you or hinder you. But for the most part, they just kind of like sit and watch and fuck with a little bit of shit every now and then. So, you know, if the weather's nice, it's good. Thanks, Nadinus, I guess. But it's not like, oh my god, praise be to the heavens and blah, blah, blah.
Right, right. Yeah, I don't have to ask Emmerich his opinion. I know he doesn't regard the gods as ever having helped him.
Exactly.
Ever.
Not really. Well, they've helped my brother, you know?
Yeah, but you?
No, not me. If the gods were watching me before, they've abandoned me now. With everything I've done. I'm on my own. Or maybe not on my own. Maybe there's someone somewhere watching over me.
All right. Well, your scouts that first approach the Wormwood will tell you that they see little thickets of goblins hanging out in the shadows of the trees as the sun begins to set over the stony ridge. They're in there. And there's a lot of them.
We surround our camp with light stones and let the goblins come. We obviously keep a hefty watch. I cast Ultravision on myself as night falls.
The first pair of crystals that you get, they're two different structures. They look like the metalwork is similar in structure, but the devices held within are different. The two crystals are very different make and type.
I maybe get another wizard who's here with us and have him cast invisibility and try and test if one of these is the anti-invis and one of them isn't.
Yes. How are you going to test that? Just cast invisibility on them and hide one
Separate
crystal
them.
from them?
No,
Yeah.
basically, like, put the two things far apart. Have him cast invisibility on himself and have him walk to one and then walk to the other.
Yeah. Very easy enough to do. You just get pretty far from all this stuff. You can see that the... how far apart do you place these wards?
I've got no idea how far the area of them is, but based on
Yeah.
how far apart they are from each other, I might have an idea. Like how far they
Yeah,
are
well, you
set
don't
up
have
in
a
the
great
forest.
sample size within the forest, right? You can only see the ones that are fairly close to you. It's a thick wood. It's dark in there.
You know, one side of the camp to the other side.
Okay.
However big
Yeah.
the camp is.
Yeah, and then you can see that it's about 1,000 feet that these wards will cover. At least the ward that you have here. It's about 1,000 feet of distance.
And one of them is invis and one of them is something else.
Yes, one of them, the first ward that he walks towards, that the wizard walks towards, renders him visible. So the other one must be...
Is it cancelling his invis? Like once he leaves, if he takes a step back, does it come back?
Yeah,
Or...
it dispels the invisibility on him.
Okay.
And by extension, it should probably dispel the phasing on your Cloak of Displacement and all other sort of invisible-esque things.
I'm assuming my cloak will come back into functioning once I leave the area, though.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
It might
cool.
take
Well, that's
a
good to know.
moment. It might not, spring into action immediately, but it will
I
eventually return.
I think once we work them out, then I think we can keep the anti-invis wards in the camp, but we get rid of the anti-teleport wards.
Where do you put them?
I don't know. I just think we just gather them all up in a spot as we come across them. So there'll still be an anti-teleport area, but I just want to kind of maintain our camp as being teleportable.
Based.
Okay.
And I think we should prepare people to get attacked in the night.
Well,
I mean, I imagine people will because this is like the final like 1 or 2
Yeah,
days.
this is
Right?
it.
Yeah, people should be like pretty fucking alert.
well, the soldiers stay on watch throughout the night. Those who can get rest before the final day do. Your scouts patrol all the way out to Crownhold and up to Foghaven, or at least where the Ruby and Royal rivers meet. They come back telling you it looks safe, it looks fine, no bandits, no warriors, no monsters. There's this creeping feeling that this march has been too easy.
Too easy, yeah.
But here you are. You have taken lots of time to destroy your enemies before you've come into their territory.
That's what I say. When I hear people espousing this view that like this has been too easy, like we're walking into something, I'll say, all those towns that burned, that was the cost for this being a smooth trip. Like we put the work in before. That's why it's easy. We already paid the fee.
True.
Anton, as everyone settles in that night to get a good rest, and you're making your last walk through at things, double checking that everything's right. One of the other officers here, a lowly captain in the army, he's got a group of 8 soldiers that he commands, will come, walk beside you as you pass the cluster of his little camp, his small spear of folks, and give you a wave, a salute, and a bow. And if you give him the time of day, he has a question for you.
Anton will, put him at ease and say, what's up?
Hi, Cleric Anton. When this war is done, will you finally wage our holy crusade of vengeance against the Akubans? For the years, the generations, the millennia of backstabbing, lies, wars, surprise attacks.
Anton will sigh. He'll put a hand on his shoulder. After this war is done, we need to spend many a years rebuilding what once was. Scoria has devastated our lands, and I don't think that we're ready for another war. If you've seen what I've seen, I can tell you, we're not ready for another war. We need to come together as a nation and become one.
But
come back to it.
But we have the army now. Look at it, 20,000 men. Not stopped at all on the way here. The army is ready. Mystria's Akuba's in chaos after their civil war, and us? This is the peak of our power. If ever there's a time to strike, it's now.
Akuba had a civil war, but we have other foes that we might need to worry about. We need to secure our ranks first. I do.
Who, Lord Anton? Who could we possibly be concerned about once Scoria is done?
Let's win this war, and then you can come and have a talk with me, okay?
He salutes. He nods. He
What's your name,
bothers
soldier?
you no more. Roy. My name's Roy. Captain Roy Martinez.
All right, Captain Roy Martinez. You seek me out. After.
Yeah. He salutes and promises to come find you afterwards, and you can finish your patrol that night.
That'll be a problem for future Anton.
Well, last night before the real beginning of engagements.
I'm gonna cast
Anything-
Unfailing Endurance on us.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Iron Vigil on myself. It lasts a week plus 1 day per level. I shouldn't have to sleep until that's over.
Right. You have to sleep if you need to memorize spells, but otherwise you can ignore the sleep, right?
Yeah.
Great.
Planning on probably ignoring sleep if I can.
Okay. Yeah, you can choose to meditate instead, and that
Yeah.
gives you bonuses to your watches and stuff. Okay. All right.
I think that's everything. Yep, that's what I guessed. Unfailing Endurance is on all 3 of us.
Okay.
I'm going to be taking for my 6th level spell slots Skip Day and Find the Path.
All right. Well, that night, a large tent is set up for the queen and her officers. A last meeting is held. You're informed that some days ago, a messenger has arrived from the capital on horseback. They left 3 days ago. They're arriving now, letting you know that that assassin that you had subdued and captured and stolen the Ring of Invisibility from, 4 days ago, she had managed to kill one of her interrogators and has escaped the castle. Not a big deal.
How?
She doesn't have her Ring of
Is
Invisibility.
Oxambar alive?
I know, but how did she
This
escape
person-
the castle? She's in the dungeons of the deepest.
She was in
fucking
the
depths.
dungeons. She was being interrogated. The soldier will tell you that she must have broken every bone in her hand because her manacles were slipped off without being unlocked.
Oh.
She must be, completely disarmed.
Wait, who is it? Which person is this?
That assassin that had the Ring of Invisibility that you guys captured and interrogated and got some information
escaped from
from
the
and her
dungeons.
supplies. Yeah.
I can't even believe it.
That's yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's unusual.
Okay.
This messenger left before the battle between Scoria and Sombar, so they know nothing about that.
Should I risk a 5th level spell slot one day to sending her, or just worry about it once this is over?
Fuck it. We'll see if Sombar's
Yeah.
alive later.
We'll have to go back and get Shine, I suppose. Maybe now's the time. Should I go and get Shine tomorrow?
Yeah.
Why not tonight?
Well,
the
I
Queen
mean, wait.
asks.
I think we should wait
army.
because we need to clear out the Wormwood first, and that's like tomorrow's big battle, I'd assume. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's clear out the
Shine
Wormwood
could be
first.
infinitely useful for that, though, Imric. I think grabbing her tonight could be good.
Well, the ring has teleport in it. I could go back now. Oh, I don't have my teleport spells today because I used the. I had fabricate, so I'll have to get it tomorrow.
Okay.
I don't have an app, anyways.
All right, I'll get it tomorrow.
Plans are being drawn up for the Wormwood.
Yeah, we're gonna get
Unless
attacked
the three
tonight.
of you,
We should be
Right.
building like trenches and walls and getting ready to defend our camp.
Yeah.
the army's ready.
They can
yeah.
handle that. Yeah.
The officers, the engineers, the crew workers, they'll handle that thing. The discussion's about tomorrow and the Wormwood and whether we should take it by storm in one day, so that they don't have any time to prepare or counterattack, or whether we should take our time and pick it apart piece by piece as slowly and carefully as possible.
We should
bring
always take our
Shiny
time.
in
They've
there.
had all this time to prepare. There's no way we're taking anybody by surprise at this point. So
I say we bring Shine and have her ruin some of the forest.
Mhm.
They're not going to have dragon attacking things, I'll tell you that, because then Scoria would be paranoid that they're going to attack her.
Mhm.
So
You
Shine
think so,
should be
huh?
absolutely impenetrable, and she should be able to decimate the Wormwood by herself.
Mhm.
That's
Okay, so we go slow tomorrow whilst I get Shine, but once Shine is here, I think we
let
push.
Shine handle it.
Yeah,
or we're not just alone, but we'll be going with her.
yeah, we
instead.
go with her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And
So in the morning-
anytime we get attacked, we personally do what we did with the giants. Like we go for the strongest element of the attack. Personally.
Yeah, whatever our
The
army
army.
does in action economy
So that-
defeat.
That means our heroes will be on the front line.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's fair.
Okay. Well, the night comes. Everyone beds down to sleep. And sure enough, throughout the night, whistles are being blown, drums are being beaten. You can hear from the Wormwood the music of the goblins and of the orcs and their nefarious, like rhythmic pounding and taunting in their guttural languages. And every now and then they probe your lines, make some attacks, run out of the woods. The night is sort of a frustrating one. No one can get really good sleep this night because the goblins are always alerting something and then falling back and alerting someone else and falling back, and whistles are going off and men are being called to scout this area and that. Spellcasters, once you're 2 hours into trying to fall asleep before being woken again by the next volley of sounds, how do you want to deal with sleeping and spells and being woken up?
Well, I need to sleep, so I will try and ignore the sound of the drums, count sheep to the drums.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
You're gonna put
if I need to get Shine, I need to be able to cast spells. So
right, and these 2,000 men can handle this encampment on their own, right? You can sleep for the night, you think?
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Are you? You're a pretty experienced warrior too. You've been at this for a while. Is there any chance that the excitement of the night plus all the sounds will make it so that you can't fall asleep? Is there any way that you?
Personally, I don't think
feel
so.
like we've been in
it's
so
a big
many
forest.
Unbelievably crazy situations before that. This is crazy as it is. This is probably one of the least stressful times we've had because we're surrounded by our entire army. We're about as prepared as we ever can be.
This is one of the good times.
Yeah. Usually we're sleeping on the edge of existence, getting ready to be torn apart by forces we've never seen before.
Yeah.
A little noise and a little panicked soldiers aren't going to ruffle your feathers, it sounds like.
There's
Same thing
many,
with-
many layers of command between us and the soldiers, right? So
Right. And you don't need to personally respond to every time that a whistle goes off that goblins might be nearby.
no.
Okay. Same thing with you, Anton. You don't have a problem sleeping through this stuff.
I don't think Anton needs to sleep through this stuff.
You have no spells to relearn.
Oh no, I do have a few spells to relearn because I cast 2 on Nick.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
You did conjure animals.
I can probably sleep through it.
Okay, I believe you.
You
You've done
check if you want.
incredible things.
Does unfailing endurance does that mean we
Imperial.
don't need to? We could just like stay awake if we wanted to, and it wouldn't harm us.
Not
at all?
if you want to learn spells, but I think
Anton
like
will
you could
meditate,
stay
yeah.
awake and not be like exhausted.
Yeah, I think Tyrael can spend a sleepless night or a half sleep night, just sort of like a checked out but not entirely unconscious, if you want, in your armor, if you'd like.
Well, if it doesn't have a penalty, I'd like to go in. I'll just talk to people, hang out, calm the troops, tell them some inspiring stories.
Walk amongst the front line.
Yeah.
Nice.
If you guys
Do you
think
have-
this is scary, you should have seen
Yeah, do you
us.
have one sample? Yeah, give me the story that you tell them that was more scary than this night.
One sample. I'm
Yeah.
trying to think of
Because you come across a couple of soldiers standing in a trench or on the other side of a trench, gazing out into the forest, and you can see that they're nervous. There's a little small wooden wall built in front of them, so they've got like protection from arrows or javelins or ballistas or whatever might be in there. But these soldiers have never seen real battle before. They might have like fought some goblins when they had huge numerical advantage and they were on the hunt down near the Gladeway. But this is on Scoria's territory, and they're kind of scared as you walk up to their position to inspect the line.
I'm trying to think of what would be like because the most exciting story would be the fucking 6 HP for my character, be
older?
attacking the fucking glaive worm at 6 HP, or the
glaive worm.
fireworm
Oh,
or whatever.
yeah.
But I don't know if that's like very relatable to these guys. When were we the farthest beyond enemy lines in the I feel like it would be that beholder fight.
Give him
Or
something
in
early on.
wait, no. What about in Glacier when we were being attacked by the never-ending army of skeletons as we were marching through that wood, and people
Ooh.
were slowly getting wounded and tired, and the skeletons.
that'd
just
be
Yeah,
kept
that's
rolling
true.
and
That's
kept
the
going.
story we would say. Oof. Surrounded by an unlimited number of skeletons. For every skeleton we slayed, 3 more would rise in its place. No idea how long north we had to march. No idea how much path was before us. We didn't even know how much was behind us. Limited supplies, limited people. We're growing wearier with every slash, till eventually what did we have to fight at the end of that? There was some monster thing that...
Night?
What?
Like at the end of the
At
tunnel?
the
or
end,
just
no, at
that
the end
night?
of the forest walk, there was a weird creature we fought that like the
Oh,
closer
there was
you
like
got
an energy fucking beam, right?
yeah.
When we got in the clearing? Yeah, I don't remember.
I can't remember what it was either. I just remember the floating.
I just remember the closer you got to it, the more
Platforms.
damage it did to you. That orb thing. Yeah.
Looking over
Yeah, it was
That
like
was
it's
scary.
freezing you to your core.
Yeah, that was right.
But this, I mean, now we've got the brothers McGarry prepped and ready to go. You've got a military that's equipped with some of the finest weapons from these lands and others. We've got a whole command structure, healthy supply lines. We've already thwarted one attempt by Scoria to divide us and conquer. We dispatched those enemies with ease. Yeah, this is nothing. This is easy.
They're heartened to see Tyrael at their side. Would you give me a charisma check at advantage and +4 for your legendary status in this situation?
Quite a bit. Okay, well,
Wow, I tried to give you an unlosable roll.
you just come off weird.
Yeah, I think these warriors, they're here listening to your story as your like eyes fix out across the battlefield, and you're telling them about like you've never seen real fear, and you're talking about this sort of stuff, and then one of them pipes up, but this is Scoria, like this is Scoria's lair. That was just, and you can see that the horror of your story actually just terrifies them, because for you this is the scariest engagement that you're ever going to participate in. And so like this nightmare story of the cold and the undead and these voids that sucked all the heat out of everything being like lesser than what they're about to face only like weakens their knees, causes them to like shake in fear at what the next couple days will bring.
Well,
Can't win them all.
Hey, what are you gonna do?
better roll those now than when fighting Scoria.
Yeah, of course. Just getting him out of the way, you know.
Yeah, totally. Okay, well the night will pass. Little goblin raids and attacks. By morning time, a few dozen bodies can be collected from the edge of the wood and the edge of the line. Only 2 of your soldiers have been injured or killed. 1 wounded, 1 slain by some goblins that crawled low to the ground with grasses stuck to their clothes and snuck into the lines and hacked someone to death with a hatchet before being ripped apart themselves. It's the next day. It's early April. You're at the Wormwood. Everyone wakes up and memorizes their spells. Emmerich, are you gonna go get Shine today?
I mean, if everything seems relatively chill overnight, then yes.
Yeah. I don't... What condition would not be chill enough for you?
I don't know. Like, there wasn't like some huge attack and loads of people got killed.
No?
Yeah, so like in the morning, you know, we've got 1 tent. I'll say I'm getting my spell books out. You know, what do you guys think? Should I go back and get Shine today?
Get Shine immediately, yeah.
Okay. Can I get... I mean, I need a teleport stand. I can fabricate one, or maybe we could have had one built yesterday.
I think we had one built yesterday, right?
They can have one built. You're going to want to memorize it, right?
Yeah.
You know it very well.
Yeah, I think that's what I need to do. I learn my spells, so I need to study it. If we can make it like 20 feet high, then it doesn't need to be that well.
Yes. You can make it 20 feet high. Then you just need to study it carefully, right?
I'm not sure of the exact maths, but yeah.
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 You don't care if you fall 40 feet. That's not a big
20
deal.
feet. 20 feet.
Sure, but if it's just studied carefully, then it becomes a 40-foot fall. But that doesn't matter. You got fly on persistence, so...
Oh, sorry. I'm saying, yeah, I can't be more than 20 feet down, though.
Yeah.
Right. But you can build a
that's fine.
20-foot tower. That's not a problem. You know, there's a 10-foot tower built earlier in the day, and they tell you...
I'm saying, like, it's studied carefully only on a 1 or a 2 that you go low.
Studied carefully, 99 or 100 is low, 1 to 4 is high.
Okay. Yeah, so there you go. 20-foot tower studied carefully.
Yeah. And so it sounds like they've already got a 10-foot tower. They'll make it a 20-foot tower in a few hours, and then you'll spend half a day studying it carefully.
Yeah. Then I'll teleport home.
Okay.
Oh, you Shine.
Well, by late afternoon, you are ready to teleport home. You've walked the tower. You watched it get built. You know, you've smelled and tasted the wood. You've located your position near the stony ridge where near the dead river. You can see Crownhold in the distance. You triangulate your spot. You make down mathematical models of where you think you are on the curvature of the earth, coming up with like a rudimentary longitude, latitude. You know, you examine the earth and the dirt near you, the types of trees, the weeds that are growing underneath this tower. You've got the area mapped in your mind. You set up flags to around this area to help like cement it in your place.
Of course.
You put something of yours in the zone to sort of in the middle of the tower, like a little token or a little wizard marked tidbit of yours to help center yourself here. You cast some spell from the tower just as a matter of practice of what it feels like to cast magic from this spot. You take your time. You study this area carefully.
True.
And that evening, you go?
I cast teleport and go back to my house in Wickthorn-on-Renta. I say goodbye to my brothers. I say, like, you know,
What do you mean?
I'll
See
be
you later.
gone for a few hours. I'll be back.
Okay.
Roll your
Shut-
D100 for me.
Shine will need time to check on that. Oh, I scry on my room first just to make sure it's not been burned down by Scoria or there's some crazy shit going on.
Yeah, your room's chill. All the
Yeah,
same.
okay.
Roll D100, Nick.
Yep.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, right on the right spot. Big
All right,
chalk outline.
I waste no time. I, like, march out of the house, ignoring the servants, onto the street. I look around. Does the city seem okay?
Yes, there are people in the streets. There's people about. It doesn't look abandoned or empty like it did before. You can see Shine is sitting atop the castle, her claws digging deep into the stone. She seems to be napping or something, sort of like laying down with her head resting on a rooftop.
I look to Arxombar's melted tower.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's fine.
Yeah. I turn on my fly spell and I will fly into the air towards Shine and hover in front of her face.
Mm-hmm.
Shine, wake up! I touch her nose to wake her up.
One eye snaps open immediately. Her one good eye, her left eye, snaps open and focuses on you after a moment. And then, her jaws open. She gives a little yawn, takes in a deep breath.
I was watching. Good job defending the city from Scoria.
She gives a low growl.
Is Arxombar okay? I saw our tower got burnt.
Shine will tilt her head in the direction of Arxombar's tower and then shake it slowly.
What?
She's
muttering.
she's
fucking
dead.
died?
She's dead?
A brief nod of the dragon's head.
I drop my head.
Tower
for a
melted,
moment.
stone ruined, books gone, labs destroyed.
I should have cast a fire scroll. Shine, we need to the army is in the Wormwood. We're ready for the final assault. We need you.
She nods twice.
Do you have your teleport ready?
If that is a spell she normally has, then it is ready.
I can't recall if she has it or not, but I can give her the Ring of Spell Storing, which has a teleport in it.
She does not have a teleport spell. She only casts it through the ring.
Come to my house. I'll show you the crystal ball, and you can study the spot. I'll give you the ring.
Yep.
So yeah.
If she's gonna teleport, she's not gonna be able to study it carefully through that crystal ball. At best, she'll have seen casually.
So what are we talking about there? Can she
97 to 100 is too low, so there's a 2% chance of death.
What about if she uses project self?
She's still not going to have time to study it carefully today. Study, yeah, not through project self, not in one day. With lots of time, not a problem. In a hurry, not so much.
Well, how much time do we need?
How fast could she fly there?
Where are my notes?
12 miles an hour, you said, right?
If she takes a gentle cruise, it's 12 miles an hour. If she goes faster, she can. I think she can make that distance in a day. I think she can do 300 miles in a day.
You're gonna be
If
wiped out?
if I reduce her,
Fast.
will she
And then
be...
she'll need a night of rest if she gets there as fast as possible.
If I shrink her, will she be small enough for me to teleport?
No, because her true inertia, which I'm going to coin a term right now, is still the size of a dragon.
Wait, even when reduced? Not
When reduced, sorry.
Yeah. If I
thought you-
reduce her in dragon form, or not
I
human
still
form.
think we've got. Yeah.
Well, you can reduce it by like 99%, right?
I think we run into very serious, game-breaking mechanics if you can reduce and teleport things that quickly. I think there are strong limits for a good reason.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
okay. Well, I make the executive decision for her to fly. I
Yeah, I
will
agree.
cast my spectral steed and fly with her.
Okay. You came in the evening, so the two of you will take the night to fly back.
Does what the
We'll
queen
fly in
said
the night,
not to do.
We stay close together. It's not worth 2% chance that she does.
No, it's absolutely not.
Yeah, that would be
Can you
terrible.
roll it, Koibu? Just curious.
Yeah. So this would be a 99 or 100. She would die.
Ooh, should be
It's
alright.
fine.
Would've
It's
been
fine. She would have been okay. You made a bad
She
decision.
would have been okay. It's okay.
We made a bad decision.
We're not rolling for real, so it doesn't matter.
Terrible decision.
We're not rolling.
Now pretend you were rolling for real on a D100. Let's say she really did go. Okay,
Yeah, if
whatever.
Nick had rolled it, though.
If I'd have rolled it, she'd probably.
Well, that's how it would have happened,
Oh,
No,
sure.
it's fine. Yeah.
I only rolled 33.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. I stay sharp during this flight because I suspect that this is like a weak point for us right now. We're separated, so
You have the ring then, yes?
I have the ring still. I have my spell list as it's on here. I have my wands ready as well in case I need to fight from my spectral steed. I've got my bow. I stay close to Shine. I think I'm faster than her, so I will just stay near her the whole time.
Okay. Anton McGarry, where are you when Imric leaves?
Probably. I already learned my spells. I don't know. Probably on the front lines. Chilling with like a general or like a captain.
Mm-hmm.
If
Just
there's
hanging out.
kobolds, we're probably killing them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say Anton's like helping out.
Right. You mentioned that you're going to pick your way through the Wormwood slowly, just the outer perimeter during the day, and then Shine will come and do the heavy lifting tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it's very quick to find a whole bunch of goblin camps scattered around the edge of the Wormwood, and these like metal structures with the anti-invisibility and anti-teleportation stones within them. Whoops. You'll find a whole slew of these stones about every, what was the distance, 1,000 yards or something? Every 1,000 feet across the front of the Wormwood, which stretches for just a few miles. So it's like I don't know, 20 of these, 30 of these across the Wormwood in more or less a straight line. But then beyond that, they're much more scattered. You know, there's like a solid wall of anti-invisibility across the front, or a near to solid wall. You'd have to be an ultra genius with an exact map of all of these crystals to find the spots between them where they might not reach one another. But beyond that, they're much more widely dispersed, you know, like scattered throughout, so that someone who got past the front would inevitably run into one, but without having perfect coverage. The teleportation stones in their iron cages don't really, aside from the front wall, they only come along the edge of the mountains. And you can actually see them at some points, like up on the side of mountains. They don't hang out down below in the forest. No one quite knows how they work yet. But you come across goblin camps, dozens of little goblin camps all over the place. Room for like 5 or 6, maybe 8 goblins at a time to hang out. And these little goblin encampments are scattered everywhere. And they each have either a drum or a whistle or a hollowed out log with some sticks nearby. They all have these like noise making tools. The camps that you come across are already abandoned, or they've already been overrun by your soldiers by the time you get there. There's not much to see here in the first half mile of the Wormwood.
Destroy the camps. Destroy the noise-making tools. Bring back all of the magical thingies without hurting the doodads. And Anton's going to push on with like a smaller contingent, I guess.
Yeah, some of these crystals in metal cages are up on the sides of mountains, like away from easy to access places. And if you send someone up for them alone, then, you know, it'll be solo or duo journey in open terrain with no cover.
Just leave those for now. We're not worried about them.
Okay. Well,
Do I get
you'll
to kill
hear
any
some.
goblins?
Probably not. I think if any goblin even laid eyes upon you, they would die of shock and heart attack and probably flee at sight.
They should be rolling McGarry fear checks.
Yeah. You will hear the sounds of combat from other patrols that are, you know, and scouts that are probing deeper, who are fighting off a couple of goblins here or there. There's some minor injuries, no major casualties.
Anton will talk to his contingent about, you know, their home life. He asks the captain or whoever's, you know, else is leading it. Do you have a wife? Do you have a husband?
You're asking the soldier? Yeah, the soldier will nod their head.
Tell me about him. That we say, like, casually walking. Anton will just pick up chatter, you know, with, like, the whole group and try to put him at ease. I can roll a charisma check because it might come off weird because he does have very low charisma.
Yeah, please do roll me an Anton charisma check at advantage at +4 like Tyrael did, because, you know, ultra situation here.
Got it.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah, Anton. These soldiers are... They've heard stories about Anton McGarry, the burned man, the cleric of vengeance. The stories have come back from Nome about the time that you made this example out of a person in the middle of town square. Clerics of Velfara all of a sudden have popped up all over the place, and all of them swear fealty to you. So there's this sort of greater than life figure of Anton, the vengeance seeker, Anton, the murderer, not quite murderer, but the killer,
Murderess.
perhaps. Yeah. And here, in the moment, these soldiers are just like charmed and cheeky to have you on their side. Like, oh wow, like the god of darkness and terror and fear and like crushing vengeance is my ally. And oh my god, he's asking about my wife. And like the guy will tell you his story about how he met his wife and how it was all great. And then starts to tell you about this time that there was this other person who tried to steal his wife's affection away, and like catches himself mid-sentence telling you a story about someone he doesn't like, and quickly like drops the topic and move on. And you can see with that 24 in his eyes that he's like not trying to get you to, come after this person on his behalf, not trying to cause any other bloodshed by your hands. They're pleased to have you.
Good. Anton will just talk to everybody about their homes, about their families. He probably will tell them some story about his family, and he'll talk about his mom and stuff of the sort.
Mm-hmm. Well, with this past charisma check, these soldiers feel like they're vibing with you.
They're vibing.
And so one of them will ask, like, is it? I mean, no offense, High Cleric Anton, but is it true that the Empress forced the crown princess? That's the term for your mother before, in the olden days, before she abdicated the throne. Is it true the Empress forced the hand of the crown princess to abdicate?
The crown princess was... Anton will just say some shit that he's heard before, and he probably does believe, knowing his mom.
Mm-hmm.
The crown princess was never born to be a ruler. She didn't have it in her. She was a mother, and she was damn good at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Our current empress mothers the whole country, and that's who we needed in charge. I needed her.
Me too. Based.
Yeah. They feel that. And what a good job she did, raising the 3 queensmen, the 3 heroes of Drekis.
Yeah, Anton will remark, who knows, maybe Tempos had a hand in it. Maybe me and my 3 brothers, and even you guys here, were set on a different path than being princes and nobility. And
there's certainly no way you could be the person who you are today if those things had not happened the way they did.
that is true.
Right? You would have been officers. There would have been not an opportunity to fly under the radar.
Probably been married off, and who knows where I'd be now. But I stand before you a dragon slayer. And a damn good one at that.
True.
Mm-hmm.
The best.
The best.
My other brothers haven't killed nearly as many dragons as I have.
Ooh.
Yeah. Well, late that night, the alarm bells will go off. The whistles will ring. People will get to their feet shouting, "Dragon! Dragon!" Someone will come into your tent, Anton, shake you awake desperately. "Dragon! Dragon!"
I'll check where Scoria is immediately.
She's in her mountain.
I'll wave him off. Put the alarms down. It's probably just shining, my brother. I'll get up and go out and look.
Mm-hmm. And sure enough, there is a dragon landing in the field not too far from here, and beginning to march in on all fours before reducing to that shape and size of a human. And Anton and Shine and Imric, late at night, will arrive and camp.
Did we miss any fun? I say as I give Anton a hug.
Give him a hug back. Just a few kobolds. Seems like the forest is pretty pretty barren. There's a lot of teleportation things, or anti-teleportation things, on the mountain. We didn't have a fly spell or anything, so I told the troops not to deal with it now, but
Nah,
We
it's
should
fine,
best
I
get
think.
those before Shine ruins the Wormwood.
You think? Why do we need them?
More magic, I guess. I shrug. If we don't need them, it is what
I
it is.
don't think we need them.
Okay.
Um,
Good to see you, Shine.
She tips her golden head in your direction, her eye patch covering her one missing eye.
We've had quite the easy journey up here. We were attacked once as we were crossing the Dead River, but other than that, not much resistance. Imagine the real challenges waiting for us in those mountains.
Anton with his low charisma will crack a joke. Oh, I guess Shine kept an eye out, huh?
Jesus Christ.
There's lots of
Not good.
throat clearing and scoffing and people kicking the ground and Shine keeps her composure. It's fine.
When we go in, Shine, are you coming with us? I mean, I assume you'll fit, given it's built for Scoria.
I serve your family, she says, looking at Tyrael directly, and then back to you. I will do as you command.
What do you think, Tyrael? Maybe we keep her out here to defend the army.
You mean as we make our way into the lair or through the Wormwood, or?
Yeah, as we make our way into the lair.
I think we bring her
We-
to the
no,
fight
no.
with Scoria.
We absolutely bring her with us. That's not
Okay.
even a question, of course.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then get ready, Shy. Your journey is only just beginning.
Shine,
real test awaits us.
tomorrow, we need you to handle the brunt of the Wormwood.
Mm-hmm.
If you could go in and dragon flame it,
Maybe use gas rather than flame.
gas would work, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
As long
good
as it's
for
not gonna,
Goblin
like,
Burrows.
hang
Good
out-
eye out, Emmerich.
It's not gonna hang around for a long time and like make it hard for us to pass through, right? Depending on where she goes.
No, the gas will dissipate eventually.
Yeah,
It's good for all the
Time
goblin
limit.
burrows and that, right?
sure.
It'll like go down in little holes and fuck them all up.
You're a genius, Emmerich.
Yeah.
The next day, by air, Shine will, scout out the Wormwood. Imric can come with her, or whoever else needs to come along can. You have plenty of position, and it's fine. You can see the entrance to Scoria's lair is this base. It's got, 100 orcs around it at least. Who knows if there are more inside. There's not even like tents or structures set outside for people to live in. So there must be, some sort of structure inside for the soldiers, for the orcs and the goblins and the whatnots to live here. There are ogres, lots of ogres, hundreds of orcs, maybe 100 orcs, and some mountain giants scattered about as well. And the forest is cleared in all directions for maybe 1,000 yards, laid barren and ruined so that nobody can sneak up. And here, the ash, the snow in this region has all melted, or it never stuck to the ground here, but there is sort of this low-lying ash of all the burned woods, all the burned trees that sort of functions in the same way as snow, like very delicate ground that could be, that would leave an imprint of a footprint for anyone approaching, save the dirt road that has already been marched 1,000 times by 1,000 feet in and out. There's still plenty of space between you and this spot within the Wormwood that will need to be made clear.
All right. Well, I think we wait until the morning to deal with that because I'd like to take different spells now that we're here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
fair.
is Shine not able just to breathe gas on them all?
Shine can step forward and breathe gas into the woods. She lets you know that the gas will kill everything it touches.
Of course.
Birds, squirrels, badgers, doesn't matter. Little fey creatures, they'll all choke
They're
to
all
death.
fucked. I mean,
Yeah.
who chooses to live here? You're
True.
kind of asking for trouble.
Absolutely. 100%. And Shine will go through and she'll be able to start to clear out the woods. After an hour, she tells you it'll take, if you want her to make sure every last spot in these woods are gone, it'll take her a couple of days. But she could probably do it with by herself with no losses. No damage.
Personally, I think it's enough
What
to
we
just
want.
clear a path.
Yeah, I don't
If
think we have to
wanna
clear the
take
whole forest, just like the path, yeah.
Yeah.
Just a beeline path, yeah. She'll find the road the path that leads into the forest and stalk along it, breathing gas where necessary, stomping where possible.
Yeah.
And the
Until we
path
find the
will go
clearing.
right through another orc camp. Well covered, this one, by trees, near a crossing over the river. The crossing's well intact. It's got a small bridge, big enough for an ogre to walk over, but not really, much wider than a single cart could pass across. And near this little crossing, on a little hill overlooking it, is a separate orc encampment. The orcs try their best with Shine, but the dragon fear and the gaseous breath makes it a quick job. The soldiers at the front will see some scattering orcs running out of the woods, terrified by dragon fright. Dragon fright? Dragon fear, and cut them to shreds. And by the end of the day, Shine has beaten a path through the woods, crushing trees where needed, killing everything else, all the way to this encampment.
All right. So that's where we start next week.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So next
Are we
week,
gonna do mass combat next week?
well, this encampment is something that, Shine could probably handle on her own. She might take some damage in the process. Some of these things here could hurt her. Mountain giants don't have magical weapons, but they can still, with plus 15 to hit, they could still hit Shine. They could still hurt Shine if they wanted. And her stone skin will easily be knocked off by orcish arrows. Even some ogres might be able to do a little bit of damage here or there if they get lucky. And if there are wizards or spellcasters or other things inside, there could be a trap here. I'll let you guys take the week to decide how you want to handle this. But this might be the sort of engagement that you just send your massed army into.
Maybe.
And if we do, we don't necessarily need to roll mass combat. Like, you have 20,000 people. You can easily take this. You will take some losses.
Just how many people die? Yeah.
Yeah, if you care deeply about the lives of these people, we can find a way to count their losses. If you just want to sack this position, you can just throw as many as it takes at it,
Based.
and it won't matter.
Yeah, well, we can have a think about that. I mean, I think that we can do maybe a little bit of both. In that
Both.
we can
Maybe Shine
kill
can
the
go in,
giants.
do a few runs, and then we send the army in.
Yeah, like we snipe the giants. Shine breathes fire. Then the army goes in, or something like that.
Okay. Well, you got the week to think about it.
We got the
Sounds
week.
good.
All right, good episode. Enjoyed that, and we're here. The end is
Do you have
nigh.
questions this week, Steve?
Let me bring it up. Was there ever a chance for peace and friendliness with Scoria had she reached out to persuade the brothers to her side?
No.
Probably.
The
But
necromancer
mechanical.
tried it, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the end of her life,
Yeah.
I mean,
For on our end, I think there was a time for tarot. There was a time when we were very conspiratorial against the queen. I think where Scoria could have reached out to try to broker a deal.
I think so. I don't think we
Those-
would have taken it.
yeah. Those conspiracies have all faded away, and your position is too good
Surely.
now to ever join with Scoria.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, we
Yeah.
don't need Scoria anymore.
The odds are now heavily in our favor, I would say.
True.
And then the final question is, does Queen Wick regret it all starting this war, considering what it has cost Drekus?
Good question.
No, absolutely not. She's going to be Empress. She might have lost some towns, but hey, that's what happens. And she didn't start the war, really. The demons started the war, and the Mystrians started the war by attacking her forces who were looting Old Eridon. The queen takes no responsibility for
Nice.
these things.
Nick started the war.
I started the war.
Nick started the war. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
sweet.
that's it for this week. I'm doing a subathon To help raise funds for my wedding. I think we have like 80 hours or whatever left at bare minimum. It's 2 minutes per sub. So if you have a Twitch Prime or anything and you want to help out, it'd be awesome if you could throw it my way. Thanks.
All right. Well, I think we'll be back at this time
Next week.
next
Yeah,
week.
on the-
We're not changing that one at all, right? It was the next one.
Yeah, it's the one after. On the 15th, we'll play on the 14th instead. But normal time next week.
Gotcha. So the week after next, you would say, is the
Yeah.
one that's going to be changed. Okay.
Yep. So next Thursday we play, and then next Wednesday we play.
When do
Okay.
you go to Georgia?
I think I drive tomorrow. So.
Oh, shit.
Okay. Well. Okay. I love you guys. We'll be back then. I think I'll be back. Or no, I'll be back tonight. I'll be back streaming.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
Yep. We'll be
See
back.
you all.
See you later.
Bye.
See ya.